The Echo of Gjallarhorn Dedication. This book is dedicated to the young dreamers, the curious minds, and the fearless hearts who dare to explore the unknown, to those who find wonder in the whispers of ancient myths and the shimmering glow of the aurora borealis. May this story ignite your own inner spark of adventure and inspire you to seek the echoes of magic in the everyday. It is dedicated to the quiet moments of reflection that allow us to listen to the powerful whispers of our inner selves, to the stories that reside within our souls. May the resonating call of Gjallarhorn echo in your hearts, leading you on your own unique journeys of self-discovery and the courage to embrace your destiny, however unexpected it may be, for within each of us lies a hidden potential, a strength that waits to be unleashed. This narrative celebrates that potential, that inherent spark that transforms ordinary lives into extraordinary adventures. It's a tribute to the power of stories to transport us to other worlds, to connect us to ancient wisdom, and to remind us of the interconnectedness of all things. May this tale serve as a reminder that even in the most mundane of lives, the extraordinary awaits, often hidden in plain sight, ready to be revealed when the time is right, waiting for the echoes of a magical call to resonate in our own hearts and guide us on a path less traveled. This journey is not just about the discovery of Norse mythology and its powerful magic. It's about the discovery of oneself, the courage to face obstacles, and the inherent strength within us all. This dedication is a nod to the endless possibilities that reside within every individual, a tribute to the spirit of exploration, and a testament to the power of belief in oneself and in the magic that exists all around us. If only we take the time to listen and allow our own inner Gjallarhorn to sound its magnificent call. To every dreamer, every adventurer, and every believer in the extraordinary, may this book be a testament to the enduring power of myths, the magic of imagination, and the courage to follow the call of your own destiny. May you always hear the echo of the Gjallarhorn, calling you to your own magnificent adventure. Ivar's life in the aurora's glow. The air in the village of Aurorasvang crackled with a quiet energy, a constant hum beneath the breathtaking spectacle of the aurora borealis. Ivar, all of 14 years, knew this hum as intimately as the rhythm of his own heart. He'd grown up under its spell, the dancing emerald and sapphire lights painting the night sky, with fantastical stories whispered on the wind. His small village, perched precariously on the edge of a fjord, was a cluster of timber houses huddled together for warmth and companionship, their roofs dusted with the perpetual soft snow of the northern reaches. Each house was a character in itself, marked by the unique personalities of its inhabitants, their lives as intertwined as the roots of the ancient pines that clung to the surrounding hillsides. Ivar's life, while simple, held a depth rarely seen in boys his age. He wasn't content with the everyday routines of fishing, chopping wood, and helping his father mend nets. His true passion lay in the stories the elders of Aurorasvang, their faces etched with the wisdom of generations, held a treasure trove of Norse myths, tales of gods and giants, of Valkyries and Einherjar, of Asgard and Jotunheim. These stories, passed down through countless winters, pulsed with an energy that mirrored the aurora itself. They painted vivid tapestries in his mind, igniting his imagination and fueling a thirst for knowledge that could never be quenched. He would spend hours perched on the windswept cliffs, overlooking the fjord, his gaze fixed on the shimmering aurora, weaving these tales into fantastical narratives. In his mind's eye, Odin's ravens, Hugin and Munin, would fly through the glowing curtains of light, their whispers carrying messages from the gods. He could almost taste the salty spray of the waves as Thor, his hammer Mjolnir held high, battled the frost giants in the heart of the aurora. These weren't mere stories to Ivar. They felt like echoes of a reality far grander and more potent than his own. The aurora, to him, was not just a natural phenomenon. It was a shimmering portal, a visible bridge to the worlds of the Norse gods. The village itself played a crucial role in shaping Ivar's worldview. It was a community bound by mutual respect and a deep understanding of the land and its rhythms. Every individual played a part in the tapestry of life, contributing their skills and knowledge to the common good. The blacksmith, his hands calloused and strong, forged not only tools, but also a sense of security. The fisher folk, weathered by the sea and the wind, provided sustenance and a connection to the life-giving waters. The elders, their voices raspy, but still vibrant with passion, preserved the memory of their ancestors and their rich cultural heritage. Ivar's place within this community was secure, a sense of belonging that would provide him with strength and comfort throughout his adventures to come. The aurora borealis was far more than a backdrop to Ivar's life. It was an integral part of his being, a constant presence that shaped his perception of the world. The colors pulsed, with an almost hypnotic rhythm, mirroring the beat of his own heart. He could identify different patterns, different colors, and each was associated with a particular Norse myth, a particular god or creature. The deep greens, he believed, echoed the wisdom of Odin, while the fiery reds hinted at the raging power of Surtur. The ethereal blues evoked the chilling beauty of frost giants, and the dancing purples, the mischievousness of the Valkyries. The nights were his canvas, the aurora his palette, and the Norse myths his inspiration. He would lie awake long after everyone else had fallen asleep, lost in the magic of the celestial display. Sometimes he'd sketch the shimmering patterns in his worn leather-bound journal, adding his own interpretations and fantastical details to the already rich tapestry of Norse mythology. His sketches, while not technically proficient, possessed a captivating energy, capturing the essence of the aurora's ethereal dance and reflecting the imaginative world that flourished within him. One crisp, starless night, as the aurora pulsed with an uncommon intensity, the tranquility of Aurorasvang was shattered by a sound so profound, so powerful, it resonated in the very core of Ivar's being. It was the sound of Gjallarhorn, the horn of Heimdall, the watchman of the gods. The sound wasn't just audible, it was visceral, a physical force that vibrated through the earth, shaking the very foundations of the village. It was a sound that transcended the boundaries of space and time, carrying with it the ancient power and majesty of the Norse gods. It echoed through the mountains and across the fjord, a chilling and magnificent call that pierced the silence of the night. The initial response of the villagers was a mixture of fear and awe. Many huddled together, their faces pale with terror, clutching their children close. Others stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. Ivar, however, felt a strange sense of exhilaration, a thrill that coursed through his veins like a shot of pure adrenaline. The sound of Gjallarhorn resonated deep within him, not as a mere noise, but as a call, a summons to an unknown destiny. It felt as though a piece of him, a part he never knew existed, was being awakened by the ancient horn's powerful blast. The sound of the horn didn't simply end, it lingered in the air, resonating long after the blast had faded, leaving behind a lingering hum that seemed to interweave with the aurora itself. The shimmering lights danced with a heightened intensity, their colors morphing and swirling as if responding to the horn's mystical call. For Ivar, the world around him dissolved, replaced by a kaleidoscope of shifting lights and sounds, a surreal and breathtaking display that was both terrifying and utterly captivating. The Gjallarhorn's blast wasn't just a sound, it was a gateway. It wasn't simply a sound, it was a portal opening into the heart of Norse mythology, inviting Ivar into a journey far beyond the confines of his small village, a journey that would test his courage, his resourcefulness, and his very understanding of reality. The vivid visions that flooded his mind weren't mere hallucinations, but glimpses into other realms, a symphony of sights and sounds that painted an unforgettable picture of Yggdrasil, the world tree, its branches reaching into the very fabric of existence. He saw fleeting images of Asgard, a shimmering city of gold and ice, and beyond that, hints of other realms. Jotunheim, the icy domain of the giants, Svartalfheim, the dark kingdom of the dwarves, and glimpses of the other realms, all woven into a tapestry of breathtaking beauty. The horn's song was more than just auditory. It was a conduit, a path leading him deeper into the vibrant, complex, and sometimes terrifying world of Norse mythology. He could feel the pulse of the realms, the earth's steady heartbeat, the wind's wild whispers, the fire's intense energy, and the ice's chilling stillness resonating within his very soul. It wasn't just a visual experience, it was a physical and emotional connection, an awakening of a part of himself he'd never known existed, a powerful connection to the ancient magic woven into the fabric of the 9 realms. The final, lingering note of the horn plunged Ivar into a deep slumber, a dreamlike journey guided by the ethereal song of Gjallarhorn, beckoning him to explore the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. He found himself standing at the edge of an enchanted forest, its ancient trees pulsating with an otherworldly light, ready for the adventure that awaited. The first blast of the horn, the air hung heavy with the scent of pine and salt water, a familiar fragrance that usually lulled Aurora Svang into a peaceful slumber. But this night was different. This night, the silence was shattered. It began subtly, a low hum that vibrated through the earth, a tremor felt more than heard. Then it built, a crescendo of sound that swelled to a deafening roar, a primal scream that tore through the quietude of the village like a ripping wind. It was a sound that defied description, a cacophony of ancient power, a resonant echo that seemed to originate from the very heart of the earth itself. This was no ordinary storm. This was the sound of Gjallarhorn, the horn of Heimdall, the watchman of the gods. The blast was not merely auditory, it was physical. It slammed into Ivar, a wave of pure energy that knocked the breath from his lungs and sent a jolt of adrenaline surging through his veins. He felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, the ancient timbers of his home creaking and groaning under the immense pressure. The very air itself seemed to vibrate, resonating with a power that was both terrifying and exhilarating. It was a feeling of profound connection, as though the horn's call was directed specifically at him, resonating deep within his very being, stirring something ancient and powerful within his soul. The villagers reacted with a mixture of primal fear and awestruck wonder. Women shrieked, clutching their children close, their faces etched with terror. Men, hardened by years of battling the harsh elements, stood frozen, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and reverence. The usual comforting hum of the aurora borealis seemed to dim, overshadowed by the overwhelming power of the horn's call. The vibrant greens and blues of the celestial display seemed to pale, their luminescence momentarily subdued by the sheer force of the sound. The silence that followed the blast was even more profound, a heavy blanket of anticipation hanging over the village. It was a silence pregnant with unspoken questions, a silence that hinted at something momentous about to unfold. Old man Bjorn, the village elder, his face etched with the wisdom of 100 winters, muttered a prayer under his breath, his voice barely audible above the lingering tremors of the earth. He knew, as did many of the elder generation, the legends surrounding Gjallarhorn. They spoke of a horn whose sound could awaken the sleeping gods, a horn whose blast heralded the coming of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. Fear, stark and raw, gripped the hearts of many, but a different feeling pulsed through Ivar. While the villagers were overwhelmed by terror or reverential awe, Ivar felt a surge of something else entirely. Excitement. The fear was there, a cold prickle at the back of his neck, but it was overshadowed by a thrilling sense of anticipation, a feeling that he was on the cusp of something extraordinary, something that transcended the everyday reality of Aurora's Vang. He felt a connection to this sound, a kinship with the ancient power it represented. It wasn't just a noise, it was a call, a summons. It felt as if a door, hidden for centuries, had finally been opened. The horn's sound lingered in the air, a deep resonance that resonated long after the blast itself had faded. It was a hum, a vibration that seemed to intertwine with the pulsing aurora, infusing the ethereal lights with an almost palpable energy. Ivar felt this energy, this ancient power coursing through his veins, a tangible connection to the unseen forces at play. He could almost feel the power of the 9 realms, the interconnectedness of Asgard, Midgard, Jotunheim, and the rest, woven into the very fabric of the night. The wind carried the lingering echo of the sound, whispering secrets he couldn't quite grasp, yet sensed profoundly. The villagers, gradually emerging from their stunned silence, began to whisper amongst themselves, their voices hushed and fearful. They spoke of legends, of prophecies, of the impending doom foretold by the sounding of Gjallarhorn. But Ivar, lost in his own private revelation, paid little attention to their frightened murmurs. His eyes were fixed on the aurora, now pulsing with renewed intensity, its colors swirling and shifting in a breathtaking spectacle that mirrored the turmoil within him. He was no longer just Ivar, the boy from Aurora's fang. He felt something more, something ancient, something connected to the very essence of the Norse myths he had so loved. The visions began then, flooding his mind with an overwhelming torrent of images. He saw Yggdrasil, the world tree, its branches stretching across the cosmos, its roots anchoring the 9 realms. He saw Asgard, the shimmering city of the gods, its golden spires piercing the heavens. He saw Jotunheim, the icy realm of the giants, a land of frozen glaciers and towering mountains. He caught glimpses of Alfheim, the home of the light elves, a realm of shimmering forests and crystal rivers. Each vision was fleeting, a fragment of a larger, more profound reality, yet each was so vivid, so real, that the line between dream and reality blurred. The images weren't just visual, they were sensory. He felt the chill of Jotunheim's ice, the warmth of Asgard's sun, the earthy scent of Midgard's forests. He heard the whispers of the wind, the roar of waterfalls, the crackling of fires. The sound of Gjallarhorn continued to resonate within him, acting as a guide, a path leading him deeper into the heart of Norse mythology. It was a journey of the senses, a symphony of sights, sounds, smells, and feelings that awakened something within him, a profound understanding of his connection to the ancient myths, to the gods, and to the very fabric of existence. The final note of the horn, a lingering, ethereal echo plunged Ivar into a deep, dreamless sleep, leaving him at the edge of an adventure that he could never have imagined. He found himself transported, not just in his dreams, but as if his soul were carried away by the very air to a mystical forest, the trees pulsing with an inner light. His journey had begun. Glimpses of Yggdrasil, the final echo of Gjallarhorn, faded, leaving behind a silence so profound it felt like a physical presence. Yet, in the quiet, a new kind of sound emerged, a whispering hum, a vibration that seemed to emanate from within Ivar himself. He wasn't in his bed, not in his familiar room in Aurora Svang. Instead, he stood within a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. The trees here were impossibly tall, their trunks glowing with an inner light that pulsed with a gentle rhythm, casting an ethereal glow upon the forest floor. The air hummed with an unseen energy, a palpable force that tingled on his skin. The leaves, unlike any he recognized, shimmered with iridescent colors, shifting and changing like liquid jewels at the light. The scent was intoxicating, a blend of pine, ozone, and something else entirely, something ancient and otherworldly, like the very breath of the gods themselves. He felt a strange sense of familiarity, as though he had walked these paths before, in a life he couldn't quite remember. Before him, towering above the other trees, stood a colossal tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, disappearing into a swirling vortex of clouds and starlight. This was Yggdrasil, the world tree, its very presence, a tangible manifestation of the interconnectedness of the 9 realms. Its trunk, thicker than any mountain he'd ever seen, was a tapestry of interwoven bark, each layer representing a different aspect of creation. Runes, ancient and luminous, pulsed across its surface, glowing softly with an internal light. The tree seemed to breathe, its enormous frame subtly expanding and contracting, as if pulsing with the heartbeat of the cosmos. From his vantage point, he could see glimpses of the other realms, flitting in and out of his perception like dream fragments. A flash of gold. Asgard, the city of the gods, a breathtaking spectacle of gleaming spires and shimmering palaces rising amidst clouds of celestial fire. He glimpsed the bustle of the city, the constant movement of beings in flowing robes, their movements graceful and powerful, their faces alight with an otherworldly beauty. He saw Odin, All-Father, seated on his throne, his one eye gleaming with wisdom and power. His ravens, Hugin and Munin, perched on his shoulders, whispering secrets into his ear. Then, a shift in perspective. The gold was replaced by an icy expanse. Jotunheim, the realm of giants, towering mountains of ice and snow clawed at the sky. Glaciers flowed like rivers of frozen tears, and the air was filled with a bone-chilling cold that pierced through his clothes. He sensed the presence of the giants, their massive forms moving slowly across the desolate landscape, their voices echoing like the rumble of distant earthquakes. He saw a glimpse of a frost giant, its skin the color of glacial ice, its eyes burning with a fiery power that belied the frigid environment. Another quick vision, Alfheim, the realm of the light elves. It was a breathtaking realm of shimmering forests, where trees were draped in glowing moss and flowers bloomed in colors unknown to Midgard. Crystal rivers flowed through the landscape, their waters sparkling with an inner light that reflected the sun's rays in dazzling patterns. Light elves, their forms delicate yet powerful, flitted through the trees, their laughter echoing like the tinkling of bells. He sensed their elven grace, their profound connection to nature, a bond that transcended the mortal world. Svartalfheim, the realm of the dark elves, appeared as a fleeting image, a network of subterranean tunnels carved into the heart of the earth. The air was thick with the smell of minerals and metals, and the sound of hammering echoed through the caverns, a symphony of creation forged in the darkness. He glimpsed the dark elves, their movements swift and silent, their eyes burning with a fierce intelligence, their dedication to crafting artifacts of power evident in their every gesture. Then he saw Nidavellir, the dwarves' realm, a fiery landscape where volcanic peaks roared and rivers of molten metal flowed like molten lava. The dwarves, skilled artisans of immense strength, forged weapons and treasures in their fiery forges, their beards and clothing alight with sparks, their faces illuminated by the burning heart of their world. He smelled the metallic tang of the forge, the heat radiating from their workshops, the sound of metal striking metal, resonating as the creation of powerful artifacts. Muspelheim, a realm of pure fire and chaos, danced before him, an ever-shifting landscape of raging infernos and blazing stars. The fiery landscape surged and roared, fueled by an almost uncontrollable power. He sensed the raw energy of the fire, the intense heat, and witnessed creatures of fire and flame that seemed to be born from the heat of the sun itself, their roars echoing the very heart of the realm's volcanic power. Niflheim, the realm of mist and ice, chilled him to the bone with its seemingly endless expanse of frost and fog. The air hung heavy with the chilling dampness of the mists, and the air hummed with the sound of icy winds whipping through the desolate landscapes. The only light came from pale, ghostly emanations from the frost-covered peaks and the ice itself. He felt the biting cold, the damp chill, the heavy silence, and the deep isolation of this realm of eternal winter. Finally, hell, the underworld, was just a fleeting glimpse, a shadowy realm of perpetual twilight, a haunting landscape of graveyards and decay, where the lost souls found their eternal rest. The realm was dark, echoing, and deeply mysterious, with the sound of sighing winds carrying echoes of the many who had passed from the worlds above. The smell of damp earth and decay hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the bright and vibrant realms he had also witnessed. Each of these realms, seen only momentarily, was imbued with a unique essence, a sensory experience that resonated deeply within him. The sights, sounds, smells, and even the subtle textures of each realm were incredibly vivid, as though he had physically visited them. Yggdrasil, the unifying force, connected them all, a living testament to the interconnectedness of existence, a testament to the complex tapestry of the Norse cosmology. The world tree hums, its energy pulsing in rhythm with the hum that vibrated from within Ivar. The tree itself felt like an extension of himself, and for a moment he felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, a connection to a history and destiny far older than himself. The vision of Yggdrasil, however, began to fade. The vivid images, the powerful sensations, all started to recede, pulling him back toward something less definite, less clear, something uncertain. The forest around him seemed to shift, becoming less vivid, the light dimming, the hum fading. He felt a sense of loss, a feeling that something profoundly important was slipping away. A door closing, the experience left him breathless, but strangely invigorated, as if something within him had been awakened. This was only the beginning. The interconnectedness of the realms. The fading image of Yggdrasil left Ivar with a strange sense of emptiness, a hollowness that resonated in the very core of his being. Yet, beneath that emptiness, a deeper understanding began to dawn. He realized that the fleeting glimpses of the 9 realms weren't merely visual hallucinations. They were something far more profound. The energy, the textures, the very essence of each realm. The searing heat of Muspelheim, the chilling frost of Niflheim, the earthy scent of Nidavellir, the ethereal glow of Alfheim had not just been seen, but felt. They had resonated within him, echoing a hidden harmony that pulsed with the heartbeat of the cosmos. A tremor, subtle yet undeniable, ran through the ground beneath his feet. It wasn't an earthquake. It was a vibration, a subtle shift in the very fabric of reality. The trees around him seemed to sway, not in the breeze, but in response to this unseen force, their glowing leaves shimmering with an intensified light. He felt it in his bones, a deep hum that mirrored the rhythmic pulse of Yggdrasil, the world tree, a pulse he now understood extended far beyond the physical realm. It was the rhythm of the cosmos itself, a cosmic heartbeat that bound all 9 realms together. He placed a hand against the trunk of a nearby tree, its bark surprisingly warm to the touch. As he touched it, he felt an energy surge through him, a connection, a kinship with the tree, with the land, with the very essence of this place. The feeling spread through him, a warm current, a deep sense of belonging, a feeling that extended beyond the forest, beyond Midgard itself. This wasn't just a magical journey, it was a physical, sensory experience. He wasn't merely observing the realms, he was a part of them. This realization struck him with the force of a thunderbolt. The interconnectedness of the 9 realms wasn't just a concept, it was a reality, a palpable truth woven into the fabric of existence. The energy of fire, ice, earth, and sky wasn't confined to its respective realms. It flowed between them, intertwining, overlapping, creating a complex and vibrant tapestry of existence. It was a cosmic dance, a constant exchange of energy, a harmonious interplay between opposing forces, and he, Ivar, was somehow caught in the middle of it, a conduit for this energy, a bridge between worlds. He thought of the aurora borealis, the ethereal glow that bathed his village, Aurorasvang. He had always been drawn to its shimmering beauty, its otherworldly light. Now, he understood that the aurora wasn't simply a meteorological phenomenon. It was a manifestation of the energy flowing between the realms, a visible testament to the interconnectedness of the cosmos. The vibrant colors, the emerald greens, the ruby reds, the sapphire blues, were reflections of the energy pulsating between Midgard and the other realms. It was as if the celestial dance of the aurora was a reflection of the energy humming within him. The trees, too, became more than just trees. They were conduits, channels for the energy flowing between the realms. He could almost see the energy coursing through their trunks, their branches, their leaves, a shimmering network connecting Midgard to the rest of the cosmos. They whispered secrets in the wind, their leaves rustling with the ancient wisdom of the ages. They were not just passive observers. They were active participants in the cosmic dance. He remembered the stories his grandmother used to tell him, tales of the gods, the giants, the elves, and the dwarves. He'd always dismissed them as mere folklore, but now he saw them in a new light. They weren't just stories, they were reflections of the reality he was experiencing, allegories of the interconnectedness he now understood. The gods weren't distant deities residing in some far-off paradise. They were the embodiments of the forces shaping the cosmos, the energy that flowed through the realms. Odin, Thor, Freya, they were aspects of the cosmic energy, manifestations of its power. He envisioned Odin, perched on his throne in Asgard, his one eye piercing through the veils of reality, observing the ebb and flow of cosmic energy. He saw Thor, the god of thunder, wielding his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, channeling the raw power of the storms, the energy of Muspelheim clashing with the cold of Niflheim, creating the dynamic balance that sustained the cosmos. He saw Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, nurturing life, embodying the gentle energy of Alfheim, the life force that sustains all creation. He recalled the tales of the giants, their immense power, their connection to the earth, their embodiment of the raw, untamed energy of Jotunheim. Their battles with the gods weren't mere conflicts. They were the dynamic tensions of opposing forces, the chaotic energy of fire and the stoic energy of ice, a dance of creation and destruction. The dwarves, too, played a crucial role. Their craftsmanship, their ability to forge powerful artifacts represented the transformative power of creation, the ability to shape and mold the energy of the realms into tangible forms. The dark elves, with their affinity for shadow and subterfuge, mirrored the hidden, often misunderstood energies within the cosmos, the secrets and mysteries that lay beneath the surface. The light elves, graceful and connected to nature, embodied the pure, vibrant energy of light and life, a constant source of creativity and beauty within the grand scheme of things. Each race, each realm, had its part to play in the grand cosmic dance, each contributing to the harmony of the interconnected whole. He closed his eyes, allowing the energy to flow through him, feeling the pulse of the cosmos in his veins. The fire, ice, earth, and sky weren't just elements. They were living energies, vibrant forces that shaped reality. And he, Ivar, was a part of it all. He was connected to the trees, to the earth, to the heavens, to the very fabric of existence. He felt a profound sense of belonging, a connection to a history and a destiny far older than himself, stretching back to the dawn of creation. This wasn't just a dream, it was an awakening, a revelation that transformed his understanding of himself and the universe around him. The whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, the hum of the earth, they were all part of the symphony of the cosmos, a celestial chorus sung by the 9 realms. He was no longer just Ivar, a boy from Aurora Svang. He was something more, something greater. He was a conduit for the energy of the cosmos, a link between the mortal and the divine worlds. He was a part of the grand tapestry of existence, a thread woven into the cosmic dance of creation and destruction, a testament to the interconnectedness of all things. And as he opened his eyes, he knew with absolute certainty that his journey had only just begun. The echoing call of Gjallarhorn was not a mere sound. It was a summons, a destiny waiting to be fulfilled. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, but Ivar felt a surge of excitement, a feeling of purpose and anticipation that filled him with wonder. His own heritage, his destiny, were inextricably linked to the echoes of Gjallarhorn and the vibrant, interconnected tapestry of the 9 realms. The dreamlike journey begins. The last reverberation of Gjallarhorn faded, leaving behind a silence so profound it felt like a physical presence. Then a wave of dizziness washed over Ivar, a sensation not unpleasant, more like being gently rocked on the ocean's swell. When the disorientation subsided, he found himself standing at the edge of a forest unlike any he had ever seen. It wasn't the familiar pine and birch of the forests surrounding Aurora's Fang. These trees were taller, their trunks thicker than any redwood, their bark a shimmering obsidian that seemed to absorb the starlight and reflect it back in an ethereal glow. Their leaves weren't the familiar greens and browns, but a kaleidoscope of colors, vibrant emeralds, deep sapphires, fiery rubies that shifted and changed with every breath of the wind. The air hummed with an energy that tingled on his skin, a palpable sense of magic hanging heavy in the atmosphere. The ground beneath his feet was soft, yielding slightly with each step. It was covered not in moss and pine needles, but in a luminescent lichen, a carpet of glowing emerald and amethyst that pulsed with a faint inner light. The air itself tasted different, sweeter, imbued with the scent of wildflowers and something else, something ancient and mystical, a fragrance that evoked the feeling of standing at the edge of creation itself. A sense of profound peace settled over him, a calmness that contrasted sharply with the thrill of the journey's commencement. There was no immediate danger, no pressing threat. Instead, there was a sense of anticipation, of wonder, a feeling that something extraordinary was about to unfold. He felt a connection to this place, an ancient kinship with the trees, the earth, the very air he breathed. It wasn't simply a visual experience, it was sensory, visceral, a profound merging of his senses with the environment around him. He took a hesitant step into the forest, the luminescent lichen yielding beneath his boots. The trees loomed over him, their branches intertwining to form a vaulted ceiling of shimmering leaves. The light filtering through the canopy was not the harsh glare of the midday sun, but a soft, diffused glow, as if the forest itself was radiating light. He felt a sense of being watched, not by a hostile presence, but by something ancient, something wise, something that understood his purpose. As he walked deeper, the forest began to change. The trees grew closer together, their branches weaving a dense, almost impenetrable canopy above. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of snow and ice, a contrast to the warmth of the lichen-covered ground. The glowing lichen gave way to patches of shimmering frost, the crystals sparkling like a million tiny stars. The ground beneath his feet became uneven, and he had to carefully pick his way through the undergrowth, feeling a strange kinship with the strange flora that grew in this mystical wood. The colors shifted too, the greens deepening to almost black, the sapphires turning a rich indigo hue. He heard the faintest of sounds, a whispering chorus that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. It wasn't a sound he could identify, not a language he understood, yet it carried a sense of wisdom, a profound understanding of the universe. He felt a tugging sensation, a gentle pull towards the deeper parts of the woods, a guiding hand, not physically present, but nonetheless felt strongly in the direction he should walk. He continued his journey ever deeper into the heart of the enchanted forest. The feeling of the Gjallarhorn's resonant note still echoing in his mind, a soothing melody guiding his path. The trees grew closer, their branches heavier, creating a pathway leading him deeper into the woods. He wasn't walking. He felt more like he was floating, moving with an ethereal grace. The air was alive with energy, pulsing with a vibrant rhythm that resonated within his own body, mirroring the cosmic heartbeat he had felt earlier. As he traveled further, he noticed subtle changes in the forest floor. Occasionally, he would encounter small pools of water, their surfaces reflecting the ethereal glow of the trees. The water itself seemed to shimmer, holding within it a kaleidoscope of colors that mirrored the leaves of the trees. He stopped beside one such pool, the water calm and still, reflecting his own face back to him. But it wasn't simply his reflection he saw. There was something else, a shimmering overlay, a ghostly image, a glimpse of a face, ancient and wise. The face seemed to fade and re-emerge, constantly shifting and changing, elusive, yet undeniably present. It seemed to observe him, a silent guardian, a witness to his journey. He was tempted to reach out and touch the shimmering image, but he felt a mysterious force restraining him, protecting both him and the reflection. He moved on, the image lingering in his mind. The forest deepened, becoming denser and darker, the air growing colder still. The ground under his feet turned to snow, its surface smooth and untouched. The trees grew taller and stranger, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes, their leaves glowing with an intense light. The humming in the air intensified, Vibrating with a greater power, he noticed strange plants growing in this deeper section of the forest. Their leaves were not leaves, but shimmering crystals, their stems twisting into fantastical forms. They glowed with an inner light, casting eerie shadows on the snow-covered ground. It was a beautiful, yet unsettling sight, a reminder of the wild and untamed nature of this magical place. The air grew heavy with anticipation, a sense of foreboding mixing with the excitement of the unknown. He felt a shift in the energy of the forest, a change in the rhythm of the cosmic heartbeat that had been guiding him. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting, anticipating something that was yet to come. He pressed on, driven by an unseen force, a destiny he couldn't yet comprehend, but felt deep within his soul. He knew this journey was more than just a dream. It was a passage, a gateway, a crossing between worlds. The echoing call of Gjallarhorn had summoned him, and he would answer. He reached a clearing, a circular space in the heart of the forest, surrounded by the strange, crystal-leafed trees. In the center of the clearing stood a single, ancient oak, its trunk massive, its branches reaching towards the heavens. The oak glowed with an intense light, its leaves a brilliant gold, casting a warm radiance across the snow. As he approached, he sensed an overwhelming presence, an energy so powerful it threatened to overwhelm him. The cosmic heartbeat pulsed stronger than ever before, vibrating with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. He knew instinctively that he had reached a turning point in his journey. This was the place where his destiny would begin to unfold. The journey, guided by the song of Gjallarhorn, had just begun. This clearing was a prelude to the real adventure that lay ahead, a path to unraveling the secrets of his heritage and fulfilling the destiny he had yet to fully grasp. The forest, in all its mystery and magic, was merely the first step navigating the Rainbow Bridge. The ancient oak pulsed with a light so intense it felt like a second sun, momentarily blinding Ivar before his eyes adjusted to the dazzling display. He blinked, his vision clearing to reveal the breathtaking sight before him. A bridge arching across an impossible chasm, a vibrant, shimmering tapestry woven from the very threads of the aurora borealis. This was Bifröst, the Rainbow Bridge, connecting the mortal realm of Midgard with the divine realm of Asgard. It wasn't simply a bridge built of stone or wood. It was a living entity, a kaleidoscopic wave of energy that shifted and flowed like a river of light. Bands of color pulsed and rippled across its surface. Crimson, gold, emerald, sapphire, amethyst, each hue brighter and more vibrant than anything Ivar had ever witnessed. The colors didn't simply exist side by side, they intertwined, merging and separating, creating an ever-changing spectacle of breathtaking beauty. The air crackled with energy, a palpable hum that resonated deep within Ivar's bones. He felt a pull, a gentle urging towards the bridge, an invitation to cross the divide between worlds. He took a hesitant step, his foot landing not on solid ground, but on something that felt both firm and yielding, like walking on solidified starlight. The bridge itself seemed to respond to his touch, the colors intensifying where he stepped, swirling around his feet like a welcoming embrace. He moved forward, cautiously at first, then with growing confidence, as he felt the bridge's inherent stability, its strength, a reassuring counterpoint to its ethereal beauty. The chasm beneath was a dizzying void, a swirling vortex of darkness, punctuated by flashes of incandescent light. It wasn't simply empty space. It pulsed with an energy that felt both terrifying and exhilarating, a chaotic maelstrom of power held in precarious balance. Yet, the bridge itself remained steady, a pathway of light cutting through the heart of the storm. As Ivar walked, the soundscape changed. The whispering chorus of the enchanted forest faded, replaced by the roar of a celestial waterfall, a torrent of light cascading from the heights of Asgard. The air grew colder, carrying the scent of frost and ozone, the tang of pure, untainted energy. The journey across the Bifröst was not merely physical. It was a journey through time and space, a passage through the very fabric of existence. With each step, Ivar felt himself changing, transforming, shedding the constraints of his mortal form, feeling his spirit expand, his consciousness broadening to encompass the immensity of the cosmos. The colors of the bridge shifted, reflecting his inner state, mirroring the emotional landscape of his journey. Moments of fear and apprehension were reflected in deep indigo hues, while feelings of hope and wonder were mirrored in shimmering golds and vibrant greens. The bridge, he realized, was not simply a path, but a mirror, reflecting his inner journey as he traversed the physical one. He encountered other travelers on the bridge, figures shrouded in mist and light, their forms indistinct but their presence palpable. Some were majestic figures, radiating power and authority, while others were more ethereal, wisps of energy drifting along the pathway. He sensed no hostility, only a shared understanding, a mutual journey towards the same unseen destination. They didn't speak, yet he felt a silent communion with them, a recognition of their shared purpose. They seemed to move in harmony with the bridge's rhythm, their presence adding another layer to the already incredible spectacle. Some resembled animals, others looked humanoid, but with strange features and ethereal attributes, not fully human or animalistic, but a fantastical blend of both. Midway across the bridge, Ivar felt a profound shift. The colors intensified, the energy around him surging. He felt a resonance, a connection to the very heart of the cosmos, a sense of belonging to something larger than himself. He was no longer just Ivar, the boy from Aurorasvang. He was a part of something grander, something ancient and powerful. He realized then that the journey across Bifröst was more than just a physical transit. It was a symbolic representation of his own transformation, his passage from childhood into adulthood, his transition from the known to the unknown. The bridge itself was a metaphor for the bridge between worlds, the bridge between his past and his future, the bridge between his mortal self and his divine potential. As he approached the other side, the celestial waterfall grew louder, the roar a deafening symphony of pure energy. He could see Asgard in the distance, a city shimmering with golden light, perched atop a mountain that seemed to pierce the very fabric of the heavens. It was a breathtaking sight, a vision of unparalleled beauty and majesty. The final step onto solid ground felt strangely anticlimactic after the exhilarating journey. Yet, a profound sense of accomplishment filled him. He had crossed the Bifröst, the bridge between worlds. He had faced the void and emerged triumphant, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. In the realm of the gods, the air felt thinner, crisper, charged with anticipation. Looking back at the bridge, he saw it shrink and fade, its colors dimming, as if it were retreating back into the mystical realms it belonged to. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire experience was a dream, a fantastical illusion. But the lingering scent of ozone, the humming energy still present within his body, assured him that it was real, a tangible proof of his transition into a new realm, a new chapter in his life. He was no longer just Ivar. He was Ivar, the bridge walker, the voyager between worlds, a traveler who had crossed the threshold, ready to uncover the mysteries that awaited him in the divine kingdom of Asgard. The journey across Bifröst was a symbolic initiation, a rite of passage signifying his readiness to embrace his destiny. He felt a new confidence, a newfound strength, not just physical, but spiritual. He had crossed the threshold into the unknown, and he was ready. The whispers of Gjallarhorn, once a distant echo, now resonated within him, a constant reminder of the journey he had undertaken and the destiny that awaited him. The wind carried the scent of unfamiliar flowers and spices from the approaching city, a tantalizing preview of the wonders that lay ahead. He looked towards Asgard, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. He knew his journey had only just begun, yet he stepped forward, ready to embark on the next stage of his adventure, ready to unravel the secrets of his heritage and answer the call of his destiny. The vibrant colors of the Bifröst, now receding into the distance, served as a reminder of the journey he had completed and the boundless possibilities that lay before him. He was no longer a simple villager. He was a hero, a traveler, a child of destiny, ready to embrace the unknown, ready to become more than he ever imagined he could be. He adjusted his cloak, a surge of anticipation coursing through him, eager for the challenges, for the mysteries that Asgard held in store for him. The song of Gjallarhorn still echoed within his soul, a guiding melody urging him onward into the realm of the gods, encountering the guardians. The shimmering surface of Bifröst shifted beneath Ivar's feet, the kaleidoscopic colors swirling in response to his apprehension. He had reached a point where the bridge seemed to narrow, the vibrant hues deepening into a more somber palette of deep blues and purples. A low growl emanating from the swirling mists ahead sent a shiver down his spine. Then, from the depths of the ethereal fog, a colossal form emerged. A wolf, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its fur was woven from starlight. Its eyes glowed with an inner fire, and its teeth were sharp points of solidified lightning. This was no ordinary beast. This was a guardian of Bifröst, a creature of myth and legend. The wolf did not attack, but instead sat down, its massive form blocking Ivar's path. It let out a low whine, a sound that felt more like a question than a threat. Ivar felt a prickle of fear, but a stronger sense of curiosity propelled him forward. He knew, somehow, that this creature was not hostile, but it was testing him, probing his worthiness to continue his journey. He remembered the tales his grandmother used to tell him, stories of shapeshifters and guardians who guarded sacred places. The wolf, he realized, was a test, a riddle presented in the form of a magnificent, terrifying beast. He approached slowly, his hands outstretched in a gesture of peace. He spoke, his voice barely a whisper against the roar of the celestial waterfall. "I mean you no harm," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "I only wish to cross the bridge." The wolf remained motionless, its eyes unwavering, observing him with an intensity that seemed to pierce his soul. Then, from its mouth, a single word emerged, echoing across the bridge. "Solve." The air shimmered, and before Ivar stood a complex arrangement of runes, etched into the very fabric of Bifröst. They pulsed with a faint light, their intricate patterns shifting and changing, forming and reforming in a mesmerizing display. Ivar knew, instinctively, that these runes were the key, the answer to the wolf's riddle. He had always been fascinated by runes, spending countless hours studying their ancient meanings in his grandmother's worn books. He studied the arrangement carefully, his mind racing, trying to decipher their cryptic message. After what felt like an eternity, he recognized the sequence, a sequence of runes related to the changing seasons, the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The message spoke of balance, of the interplay between opposing forces, light and darkness, creation and destruction. He realized that the puzzle wasn't about solving a specific problem, but understanding the underlying principle. He touched the runes, his fingers tracing the patterns, and felt a wave of energy surge through him. The runes glowed brighter, then faded, and the wolf let out a soft sigh, its form becoming less imposing. It stepped aside, allowing Ivar to pass. As he walked past, he felt a sense of gratitude towards the guardian, a recognition of the wisdom embedded within the trial. It was clear he needed to be wise, perceptive, and possess wisdom beyond his years. The next guardian appeared much less menacing, a mischievous sprite, no bigger than his hand, with wings of iridescent butterflies and hair made of spun moonlight. It giggled, a sound like tinkling bells, as it zipped around Ivar. leaving a trail of shimmering dust in its wake. Instead of a growl or a riddle, the sprite presented him with a series of 3 enchanted knots, each tied in an increasingly complex pattern. "Untangle these," the sprite chirped, its voice barely audible, "and you may pass." The knots weren't ordinary knots. They were woven from moonlight and starlight, imbued with magic that resisted conventional untying. Each attempt to loosen them seemed only to tighten them further. Ivar tried various techniques, but failed to break the spells. His fingers ached, and he felt frustrated, the challenge exceeding his ability. But giving up was not an option. He took a deep breath and examined the knots with a fresh perspective. He remembered a technique that his grandmother had taught him, a technique that combined physical dexterity with visualization. He focused his attention on each knot, imagining the threads unwinding, visualizing the magic dissolving. He worked slowly, patiently, applying just the right amount of pressure, following the sprite's erratic energy. His movements were deliberate, yet relaxed, calm, yet purposeful, allowing him to approach the problem from a completely different perspective. One by one, the knots began to yield. The moonlight threads unraveled. The starlight shimmer faded. The last knot seemed to melt away as if made of ice. And in a final triumphant gesture, the last knot surrendered and fell apart. The sprite, delighted, erupted in peals of laughter, showering Ivar with more enchanted dust. It waved a tiny hand, and a shimmering path opened up before him, leading further along the bridge. As he moved along the bridge, he encountered more guardians. A majestic griffin with feathers of obsidian and eyes like burning coals. A sly fox with a tail that extended into an endless, star-strewn night sky. Each guardian presented its unique challenge. The griffin tested his courage, demanding he face his deepest fears. The fox tested his cunning, challenging him to outwit its many tricks. With each encounter, Ivar found strength he didn't know he possessed. He learned to trust his instincts, to draw upon the wisdom of his ancestors, and to rely on his resourcefulness. He learned to see the beauty in the fear and the wisdom in the challenges. He realized the guardians weren't trying to stop him. They were testing him, preparing him for the journey ahead. Finally, he reached the end of the narrow section of the bridge. The colors brightened, shifting into a dazzling array of golds and whites. The sounds of the celestial waterfall grew louder, and before him, Asgard shimmered in the distance, a breathtaking vision of a divine city. He had faced the guardians of Bifröst, and he had emerged victorious. His spirit strengthened, his resolve hardened. He was ready for Asgard and the grand journey that awaited him. The journey across Bifröst had been more than just a physical passage. It was a rite of passage, a crucible that forged him into something stronger, something more capable of facing the challenges that lay ahead. His journey had not only been geographical, but had also been an internal voyage, shaping and honing his spirit to meet his fate. He was ready to step into the unknown, the realm of gods, with all of his strength, wisdom, and newfound courage. The echoing sounds of Gjallarhorn, once distant, now resonated deeply within him, a reminder that he was meant for more than a life in the simple village. He was destined for a greater purpose. He was ready. A glimpse into Asgard, the shimmering expanse of Bifröst, began to flatten, the rainbow bridge widening into a grand celestial avenue. As Ivar traversed this final stretch, the vibrant colors intensified, the ethereal sounds of the waterfall escalating into a majestic roar that seemed to echo the beating of his own heart. Through the swirling mists, glimpses of Asgard began to appear, fleeting images that tantalized his senses. He saw towering spires of gleaming gold, palaces etched with intricate runes that pulsed with an inner light, and bridges that arched across chasms filled with clouds that shimmered like liquid moonlight. One moment, he saw a group of Aesir, the gods of the Aesir tribe, engaged in a lively game of something resembling a giant chess match, their laughter echoing across the vast expanse. Thor, recognizable by his mighty hammer, Mjolnir resting casually beside him, seemed to be particularly boisterous, his booming laughter shaking the very fabric of the celestial realm. Odin, perched on his throne of bones, watched the game with a twinkle in his usually serious eyes, a rare smile playing on his lips. This was a side of the All-Father Ivar had only read about in hushed whispers in ancient texts, a side that was far removed from the stern, often enigmatic figure his grandmother's tales had painted. Then, as quickly as the scene appeared, it vanished, replaced by another fleeting vision. This time, it was Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, tending her enchanted garden. Her laughter, delicate as the sound of wind chimes, filled the air as she coaxed a reluctant rose to bloom. Her hair, like spun gold, cascaded down her back, her eyes reflecting the radiant colors of the surrounding flora. The scene radiated a tranquil aura, a stark contrast to the boisterous game of the Aesir. It revealed a tenderness and vulnerability within the goddess, a subtle hint of the complexities that lay beneath her beautiful exterior. As Ivar continued his journey, he saw glimpses of other gods. Heimdall, ever vigilant at the edge of Asgard, his Gjallarhorn resting at his side. Tyr, the one-handed god of war, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. And even Loki, his presence marked by a mischievous glint in the far corner of his eye. Though his exact actions remained unseen, these fleeting glimpses, though brief, painted a vivid picture of the gods, not as untouchable, omnipotent beings, but as individuals with their own unique personalities, strengths, and flaws. It was a portrayal more human, more relatable than the often distant and mythical representations he had grown up with. The closer Ivar got to Asgard, the more vivid and frequent these visions became. He witnessed heated debates in the great hall of Valhalla, the echoes of booming voices and clashing opinions, hinting at the complex dynamics within the council of the Aesir. He saw the Valkyries, swift and powerful warriors, honing their skills in the twilight, their movements graceful and deadly. He even caught a glimpse of a playful scuffle between two mischievous dwarves, their laughter echoing through the mountains that surrounded Asgard, their miniature hammers ringing like tiny bells. These moments, woven together, created a richly detailed tapestry of Asgardian life, a panorama that revealed the complexity and dynamism of this celestial city. Ivar also witnessed quieter moments, glimpses into the less public lives of the gods. He saw Odin not as the stern All-Father, but as a weary scholar poring over ancient texts in his study, his brow furrowed in concentration. He saw Freya not just as the beautiful goddess, but as a compassionate mother tending to an injured bird. He witnessed Thor, his mighty laughter replaced by a moment of quiet reflection, staring out at the majestic landscape of Asgard, a thoughtful silence falling between him and the other gods. These moments showed another side of the gods, a side that showed their inner thoughts and concerns. They were not simply powerful entities, but flawed, compassionate beings who were capable of introspection. One particular vision captivated him. He saw a group of young gods, likely the children of Thor or one of the other great gods, playing a game in a sunlit meadow. Their laughter echoed through the meadow, And as they played, they showed their love and trust for one another. It served as a reminder to Ivar that even the mighty gods had moments of youthful innocence and shared bonds of friendship. Their play was full of life and joy, a reminder of the simple pleasures of life and friendship. And to Ivar, it suggested a more human side to the divine realm. As he drew closer, the city of Asgard revealed itself in all its breathtaking glory. Towering structures of shimmering gold and gleaming silver pierced the clouds. Palaces and temples adorned with intricate carvings, their surfaces pulsing with an almost imperceptible energy. Gardens overflowing with luminous flowers, and trees whose leaves were spun from starlight dotted the landscape, while fountains of liquid light cascaded down marble steps. The entire city seemed to hum with a potent energy, a vibrant pulse of magic that resonated deeply within Ivar's soul. He could hear the faint sounds of Asgard now, the murmur of voices, the gentle tinkling of unseen bells, the distant clang of Thor's hammer. He felt a sense of awe, of wonder, but also a growing apprehension. This was the realm of gods, a place of immense power and potentially great danger. His journey was far from over. He had only reached the threshold. Yet, despite the apprehension, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He had come so far, overcoming trials and challenges that had tested his courage, his wit, and his resilience. He was ready to face whatever awaited him in this magnificent, otherworldly city. The trials of Bifröst had not only prepared him physically, but also spiritually, shaping him into someone capable of navigating the complexities of the divine realm. He was ready to embark on the next phase of his journey, ready to unravel the mysteries of his heritage and destiny. He had crossed Bifröst, not just a bridge, but a threshold, and Asgard awaited. The echoing of Gjallarhorn, once a distant call, now resonated within his very being, a powerful confirmation of his path and the purpose that awaited him within the gleaming walls of Asgard. The adventure was far from over. It was, in fact, only just beginning. The challenges of the journey, the initial breathtaking beauty of Bifröst quickly faded as the bridge's radiant surface shifted and undulated beneath Ivar's feet. What had seemed a smooth, celestial path transformed into a treacherous, ever-changing landscape. Sections of the rainbow bridge dissolved into swirling mists, forcing Ivar to leap across precarious gaps, the wind whipping past him with chilling intensity. He felt the bridge itself testing him, probing his resolve. With each unexpected shift, each near miss, his initial awe gave way to a fierce concentration, his movements becoming fluid and instinctive as he navigated the unpredictable terrain. The vibrant colors, once a source of wonder, now felt almost aggressive, a stark reminder of the raw power coursing through the Bifröst. He stumbled more than once, the swirling mists momentarily obscuring his vision, leaving him grasping for purchase on the slippery rainbow surface. Each fall, however brief, was a jarring reminder of his vulnerability, the sheer power of the forces at play. He felt a burning sensation in his hands, the bridge seeming to drain his energy with each precarious step. The physical exertion was intense, but it was the psychological toll that truly tested him. Doubt gnawed at him. The whispers of fear, once easily dismissed, now clawed at his resolve. Was he truly worthy of this journey? Was he strong enough to reach Asgard? The sounds intensified, the roar of the celestial waterfall transforming into a cacophony of crashing thunder and howling winds. The wind buffeted him relentlessly, threatening to tear him from the bridge and hurl him into the abyss below. He saw fleeting visions, not of the gods this time, but of his own past. Moments of doubt, of failure, of moments when he'd almost given up on his dreams. These visions were not meant to discourage him, but to challenge him. They were reminders of the strength he'd already discovered within himself, the resilience he'd developed in overcoming past obstacles. As the journey continued, the challenges escalated. He encountered areas where the bridge narrowed to a perilous width, forcing him to walk a delicate balance between seemingly bottomless chasms of swirling nebulae. At times, the very fabric of the bridge seemed to unravel, threatening to send him plummeting into the void. He found himself relying on instinct and agility more than anything else, his movements becoming as fluid and graceful as the movements of the Valkyries he'd glimpsed earlier. The path was testing not only his physical strength, but his mental fortitude as well. He encountered ethereal creatures, fleeting beings of light and shadow, who tested his resolve with riddles and illusions. These weren't hostile creatures, but gatekeepers of sorts, their questions probing his inner strength and his commitment to his journey. One creature, a being made of pure light, asked him about the meaning of courage. Another, a being of shadow, challenged him to describe his greatest fear. Each question forced Ivar to confront his own insecurities and uncertainties. His answers, born from his experiences and reflections, seemed to satisfy the enigmatic creatures, allowing him passage, but only after he faced his deepest fears and doubts. At one point, he was confronted by a fierce storm of magical energy. The colors of the bridge pulsed and throbbed. The sounds intensified into a deafening roar. The very air crackled with power, and bolts of iridescent lightning lashed out, narrowly missing him. He felt the immense power of the storm, the raw energy of the cosmos swirling around him. He felt small, insignificant, yet he also felt a strange sense of connection to this immense power. He felt the raw energy of creation itself. He braced himself, summoning every ounce of his strength and resolve. He shielded himself from the blasts with his arms and focused on the goal. He channeled his determination into his shield, focusing all his mental and physical energy, creating a protective barrier around himself. He didn't fight the storm, but rather endured it, allowing its force to wash over him, a test of his perseverance. The storm eventually subsided, leaving him battered but unbroken. He stood there, breathing heavily, but his spirit remained intact. Near the end of his journey, he faced a final, particularly arduous challenge. A section of the bridge vanished completely, leaving him suspended in mid-air over a seemingly endless abyss. Below him stretched a chaotic, swirling vortex of colors, sounds, and energies that seemed to threaten to tear him apart. There was no bridge to cross, no path to follow, only the emptiness. Fear threatened to overwhelm him, but Ivar pulled on his memories, the lessons learned on his arduous journey across Bifröst. He drew on his resilience, his determination, the support of those he'd left behind. Remembering their faces, their voices, their hopes for him, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and instead of panicking, allowed himself to accept the void. He didn't try to fight it. He didn't try to change it. He simply accepted it. And in that acceptance, something shifted. He felt a strange calm overtake him, a feeling of peace replacing the terror, a sense of connectedness. He felt the pull of Asgard, a magnetic force drawing him towards the celestial city. And then, as if summoned by his quiet acceptance, a shimmering path appeared, a pathway of light that extended from the void to the gates of Asgard. Shimmering and pulsing, a gentle beacon in the overwhelming chaos. He walked across this path, the light emanating from Asgard guiding his way. It wasn't a physical path, but a pathway of energy, of faith, of hope, and in that moment he felt a connection to the divine, a sense that he wasn't just crossing a bridge, but traversing a threshold between worlds, between realms, between the mortal and the divine. It was not only a physical journey, but a spiritual one as well. The trials he had faced, the challenges he had overcome, had transformed him, forging him into a vessel ready to receive the wisdom and knowledge that Asgard held. As Ivar stepped onto the solid ground of Asgard, he was no longer the same boy who had started his journey. He was stronger, wiser, and more resilient. The journey across Bifröst had been more than just a physical traversal. It had been a crucible, forging him into the hero his destiny required him to be. The echoing resonance of Gjallarhorn seemed to reverberate within him, a confirmation of his journey, a promise of the trials that still lay ahead. Asgard awaited, and he was ready. Arrival in a new realm. The shimmering path, born from Ivar's acceptance of the void, led him not to the familiar golden spires of Asgard, but to a realm entirely unlike anything he had ever imagined. The transition was not abrupt, but a gradual fading of light and a slow, almost imperceptible shift in the very fabric of reality. The golden hues of the celestial pathway dissolved into a deep amethyst twilight, the air growing colder, denser, and infused with an unfamiliar scent, a blend of pine, ozone, and something subtly metallic, like freshly forged steel. Gone were the familiar sounds of Asgard, the celestial music, the gentle rustling of unseen wings, the distant murmur of godly conversation. In their place was a profound silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind whistling through impossibly tall obsidian trees. These trees, taller than any Ivar had ever seen, twisted and writhed like living sculptures, their branches adorned with shimmering, crystalline leaves that reflected the ethereal twilight in 1,000 dazzling points of light. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid rock, but a soft, yielding moss, the color of deep midnight blue that felt strangely warm despite the chilling air. As he walked, the moss pulsed faintly beneath his feet, like a giant, slumbering heart. The sky above was not the clear, azure expanse of Midgard or the star-studded heavens of Asgard, but a swirling vortex of amethyst, emerald, and sapphire, constantly shifting and changing, creating an ever-moving tapestry of color. Strange, luminous creatures, resembling giant bioluminescent jellyfish, drifted lazily through the twilight sky, their silent movements adding to the surreal beauty of this new world. A feeling of profound isolation washed over Ivar. But it wasn't a fearful isolation. It was a solitude that felt strangely comforting, a sense of being utterly alone, yet intimately connected to the very essence of this mysterious realm. He felt a sense of peace, a tranquility he hadn't experienced even in the quieter moments of his life in Midgard. The journey across Bifröst, the trials he had faced, had stripped him of his anxieties and insecurities, leaving him open to the wonders of this new world. As he ventured deeper into this land, the twilight deepened, revealing a landscape both breathtaking and unsettling. Jagged, crystalline peaks piercing the amethyst sky resembled the teeth of some colossal, slumbering beast. Glistening waterfalls, their waters the color of molten silver, cascaded down these peaks, carving paths through the obsidian forests. The air hummed with a low resonant energy, a subtle vibration that resonated deep within Ivar's bones, a constant reminder of the magical energies coursing through this hidden realm. He noticed that the crystalline leaves on the obsidian trees pulsed with a gentle light, their glow synchronizing with the movement of the bioluminescent jellyfish in the sky. It was as though the entire realm breathed as one, a harmonious symphony of light, sound, and energy. This wasn't just a physical place. It was a living, breathing entity, a world woven from magic and mystery. He came across a clearing, bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of the crystalline trees. In the center of the clearing stood a solitary structure, a circular building crafted from polished obsidian, its surface reflecting the swirling colors of the twilight sky. The entrance was a low archway, framed by intricately carved runes that seemed to pulse with a faint inner light. The runes were unlike any Ivar had ever seen. They were older, more primal, filled with an energy that felt both ancient and profoundly powerful. Hesitantly, Ivar approached the obsidian building, his heart pounding in his chest. A sense of anticipation, tinged with apprehension, filled him. He felt a powerful energy emanating from within the building, an energy both alluring and slightly menacing. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the archway, prepared for whatever wonders or challenges awaited him within. Inside, the air was cool and dry, perfumed with the scent of wood smoke and something sweet and subtly floral. The interior of the building was surprisingly spacious. A large circular chamber lit by a multitude of glowing crystals embedded in the obsidian walls. The crystals pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, casting dancing shadows that played across the smooth obsidian surfaces. In the center of the chamber stood a massive circular altar crafted from a polished black stone that seemed to absorb all light. On the altar lay a single object, a beautifully crafted silver amulet shaped like a stylized serpent coiled around a glowing sun. The amulet pulsed with a faint inner light, its surface covered in intricate carvings that resembled ancient symbols. As Ivar approached the altar, he felt a surge of energy flow through him, a tingling sensation that started in his fingertips and spread throughout his body. He felt a deep connection to the amulet, a sense that it was somehow meant for him. He reached out and gently touched its cool surface, and as his fingers brushed against the silver, a torrent of images flooded his mind. The images were fragmented, fleeting glimpses of a forgotten past, of ancient battles, of powerful gods and mythical creatures, of a time when magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. He saw visions of a powerful, ancient civilization, a people who had lived in harmony with the magic of this hidden realm, harnessing its power to create wonders beyond comprehension. He saw images of their downfall, of a cataclysmic event that had shattered their world, plunging them into darkness. The amulet was a key, a link to this lost civilization, a repository of forgotten knowledge and untold power. The images revealed a destiny intertwined with this mysterious realm, a destiny that required him to uncover the secrets of this lost civilization and somehow restore the balance of power that had been shattered long ago. The challenges ahead would be immense, but Ivar felt a surge of determination, a renewed sense of purpose. He was no longer simply a boy from a village bathed in the aurora borealis. He was a vessel of destiny, chosen to unravel the mysteries of this hidden realm and restore the harmony of a forgotten world. The journey had only just begun. He spent hours within the obsidian chamber, studying the runes and the symbols on the amulet, trying to decipher their meaning. He felt a connection to the ancient civilization that had once inhabited this realm, their wisdom and knowledge resonating within him. The more he learned, the more he realized the immense power contained within the amulet. and the great responsibility that came with wielding such power, he understood now that his journey across Bifröst was not just a test of his physical and mental strength, it was a preparation for the greater challenges that lay ahead. He knew that the hidden realm held both immense danger and unimaginable rewards, and that he was the key to unlocking them. The weight of his destiny rested on his young shoulders. His time in the obsidian chamber deepened his understanding of this new realm, revealing its intricate connections to the other 9 realms. The amethyst twilight wasn't simply a visual phenomenon, it was a reflection of the energies swirling between the realms, a tangible manifestation of the mystical forces that shaped their existence. The obsidian trees, the crystalline leaves, the bioluminescent jellyfish, all were manifestations of this interwoven magical energy, each element playing a part in the delicate balance of power within this hidden realm. He discovered that the realm itself was a living entity, a sentient being capable of responding to the thoughts and emotions of those who inhabited it. Its moods shifted, its energy fluctuating in response to the collective consciousness of its inhabitants. This inherent magic, woven throughout the very fabric of existence, created a unique set of challenges that demanded a specific type of skill and knowledge that he was about to learn. As he emerged from the obsidian chamber, the amethyst twilight seemed to deepen, the sky swirling with an almost palpable energy. The air crackled with anticipation, a sense of impending change hanging heavy in the air. He felt a shift in the balance of power, a subtle disturbance in the harmony of this hidden realm. He realized that his arrival was not coincidental. It was a catalyst, setting in motion events that would reshape this world. His destiny, it seemed, was intricately linked to the fate of this forgotten realm, and the challenges ahead would test him in ways he could scarcely imagine. The journey continued, and as he stepped back into the obsidian forest, he was now ready to embrace his destiny, fully understanding what he was now tasked with. His heart pounded with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, but he carried on, prepared for whatever lay ahead, a beacon of hope in the ever-changing tapestry of this magical, mystical world. He was a hero, not by choice, but by destiny. The fate of the realms awaited his next steps, exploring the land of giants. The obsidian forest gave way to a landscape of colossal proportions. Gone were the relatively gentle slopes and winding paths. Here, jagged peaks clawed at the amethyst sky, their surfaces a brutal tapestry of ice and rock. These were mountains that dwarfed even the loftiest peaks of Midgard, their sheer size inducing a humbling sense of insignificance. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the raw power of the land, a constant, low hum that resonated in Ivar's bones, a tangible manifestation of the giant's presence. The crystalline structures he had witnessed in the previous realm were present here, but on a scale that was both breathtaking and terrifying. Giant shards of ice, impossibly sharp and glittering, with an unearthly light, pierced the sky like the teeth of some monstrous leviathan. These weren't mere formations. They were living structures, pulsating with an inner light that shifted and changed with a rhythm only the land itself seemed to understand. The ground was uneven, treacherous, a chaotic jumble of jagged rocks and deep crevasses, filled with a swirling mist that seemed to writhe and shift like a living thing. This was not a land for the faint of heart. This was Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, and it demanded respect. Rivers of molten silver snaked through the valleys, their surfaces mirroring the swirling amethyst sky, the water roaring with a deafening cacophony that echoed through the canyons. These weren't ordinary rivers. They were veins of raw magical energy, their currents pulsing with a force that Ivar could feel even from a distance. He cautiously approached one, the air growing noticeably hotter as he drew near. The metallic scent that had accompanied him since his arrival intensified, becoming almost overwhelming. The surface of the river shimmered, the reflection of the sky distorted by the intense heat rising from its depth. He noticed strange cliffs etched into the hardened lava surrounding the river's edge, ancient runes, far more complex and powerful than those he had encountered previously. These seemed to hum with a faint energy, resonating with the river's current. They were unlike any language he'd ever encountered, hinting at a history far older than even the gods themselves. The silence of Jotunheim was profoundly different from the silence of Asgard. In Asgard, silence was a gentle hush, a peaceful stillness. Here, it was a heavy blanket, a palpable absence of sound that pressed down on Ivar, a testament to the overwhelming power of this harsh landscape. It was a silence that spoke volumes, a silence that whispered of forgotten battles and ancient grudges, of a realm ruled by primal forces, untouched by the more refined magic of the other realms. Ivar moved cautiously, his every step measured and deliberate. The ground was unstable, threatening to give way beneath his feet at any moment. The air, thin and frigid, burned his lungs with each breath. He saw no signs of life, no birds soaring through the sky, no animals scurrying through the undergrowth. The only movement was the shifting of the ice formations and the relentless flow of the silver rivers. Yet the very air thrummed with a palpable energy, a potent magic that felt both beautiful and frightening, a silent testament to the might of the giants who called this desolate place home. As he ventured deeper into Jotunheim, the landscape grew even more extreme. The mountains grew taller, the canyons deeper, the rivers more furious. Strange, crystalline formations jutted from the ground, their surfaces shimmering with an otherworldly light. These formations seemed to pulse with a slow rhythmic beat, creating an eerie symphony of light and shadow that played across the landscape. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the mountains, shaking the very ground beneath Ivar's feet. The rumble intensified, growing into a deafening roar that seemed to emanate from the heart of the earth itself. The ground trembled violently, sending Ivar sprawling to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest, his eyes scanning the landscape for any sign of what had caused the upheaval. In the distance, he saw it, a colossal figure emerging from behind a towering mountain. It was a giant, a Jotun, its size dwarfing even the most impressive mountains. Its skin was the color of rough-hewn rock. Its eyes glowed with an eerie inner light, and its movements were slow and deliberate, yet possessed an undeniable power. The air crackled with energy as the giant moved, the very ground seeming to tremble beneath its massive feet. Ivar felt a surge of fear, a primal instinct to flee, to escape the overwhelming presence of this creature. Yet, something held him back, a strange sense of curiosity and a deeper, unsettling fascination. He knew that this encounter held the key to understanding Jotunheim, to understanding the giant's place in the tapestry of the 9 realms. This was his chance to uncover the truth, to unveil the secrets this unforgiving land held within its icy heart. He had to understand the giants, their culture, and their history, to unlock the secrets of his own destiny and the fate of the 9 realms. He steeled his resolve, his heart pounding in his chest, preparing himself for whatever this encounter might bring. As the giant approached, Ivar noticed details he had previously missed in his fear. The giant wasn't simply a brute. There was an intelligence in its eyes, a depth of emotion that transcended its colossal size. The giant's movements were powerful, yet graceful, a testament to an ancient strength. Its clothing, woven from a material that shimmered with an ethereal light, spoke of a craftsmanship far beyond anything Ivar had ever seen. This wasn't just a monstrous creature. It was a being of immense power, deeply connected to the land itself. The giant stopped before Ivar, its massive form filling the horizon. Ivar waited, his breath held captive in his chest, expecting violence, expecting destruction. Instead, the giant's gaze softened, its eyes reflecting the swirling amethyst sky. The giant spoke, its voice a deep rumble that seemed to shake the very foundations of Jotunheim. The language was ancient, alien, yet strangely familiar, resonating with a primal energy that Ivar felt deep within his soul. It was an invitation, an offer of understanding, a chance to learn the secrets of this forgotten realm. It was time to accept the challenge and discover the truth behind the legends and myths of Jotunheim. The journey was far from over. Encounter with a giant. The giant's voice, a low tremor that vibrated through the very ground, resonated in Ivar's chest, a physical manifestation of its immense power. It wasn't the roar of a beast, but a rumbling echo of ancient mountains, of ages past, of a history etched into the very fabric of Jotunheim. The language, though alien, held a strange familiarity, a melody that stirred something deep within Ivar's soul, a connection to a heritage he didn't yet understand. He felt a strange pull, a resonance between his own being and the giant's ancient power. It was as if the giant's voice unlocked a forgotten door within him, a passage to memories and knowledge he had never known he possessed. The giant, its form a monument against the amethyst sky, extended a hand the size of a small house. It wasn't a gesture of aggression, but a cautious offering, a silent invitation to approach. Ivar hesitated, the fear still a cold knot in his stomach, but curiosity, a burning ember of fascination, outweighed his apprehension. He took a tentative step forward, then another, each movement measured and deliberate. The ground trembled subtly with each step, the giant's presence a palpable force that dominated the landscape. As he drew closer, Ivar saw details previously obscured by his fear. The giant's skin, though rough and textured like ancient rock, held a strange beauty, an intricate network of lines and fissures that spoke of countless years, weathered by the harsh elements of Jotunheim. Its eyes, glowing with an inner light, possessed a depth of intelligence that belied its monstrous size. They weren't the eyes of a mindless brute, but of a creature of immense age and wisdom, burdened by the weight of time itself. Its clothing, woven from some shimmering, ethereal material, was both elaborate and functional, a testament to a level of craftsmanship that far surpassed anything Ivar had ever encountered in Midgard. The giant lowered its massive hand slightly, a subtle invitation for Ivar to touch it. Hesitantly, Ivar reached out, his small hand dwarfed by the giant's colossal palm. The skin was surprisingly warm, pulsing with a faint energy that resonated with the raw power of Jotunheim itself. It felt ancient, timeless, connected to the very heart of the realm. He felt a surge of understanding, a connection to the giant's essence, a brief glimpse into its millennia-long existence. The giant, sensing Ivar's apprehension, spoke again, its voice softer this time, a gentle rumble that seemed to caress the landscape rather than shake it. It was a voice that held the wisdom of ages, a voice that spoke not of brute force, but of profound knowledge and understanding. The giant proceeded to communicate not in words Ivar understood, but through images and sensations. The giant's mind seemed to open to Ivar, allowing him to see glimpses into its life. Ivar saw the giant as a child, playing among ice crystals that towered over it like mountains. He experienced the giant's first encounter with the icy rivers. The initial wonder it felt at the sight of the metallic glowing currents. Ivar felt the giant's sorrow at the passing of generations of its kin, its understanding of the cyclical nature of life and death in Jotunheim. Ivar experienced the giant's vast understanding of the earth's rhythms and cycles, its deep connection with the landscape. He saw the pain in the giant's eyes as it beheld the desecration of sacred places, the carelessness of beings from other realms who had not developed the same understanding and respect for nature. The giant then offered Ivar a test, not of brute strength, but of wisdom and understanding. It presented him with a riddle, a question veiled in ancient symbolism and arcane knowledge, a challenge that resonated with the heart of Jotunheim itself. The riddle was not about physical prowess or magical ability. It was a test of Ivar's ability to connect with the essence of the realm, to understand its ancient secrets and its hidden wisdom. The riddle involved a complex series of interwoven symbols, a visual puzzle that depicted the cyclical relationship between the realms, the ebb and flow of power between Asgard, Jotunheim, and the other realms. Ivar spent a long time staring at the swirling pattern, his mind struggling to grasp its significance. He had never encountered anything so abstract, so profound, so deeply connected to the very essence of the cosmos. It was the strange metallic taste that had lingered on his tongue since his arrival in Jotunheim that suddenly gave him a clue. The taste had permeated the air, clung to the rocks, flowed in the silver rivers. It was connected to the essence of the realm, to the ancient power of Jotunheim. With a sudden flash of insight, he realized the symbols represented the cycles of elemental magic, the silver rivers, the crystalline structures, the very essence of the land, the interplay of fire, ice, earth, and sky, the balance, the cycle, the creation and destruction. The patterns mimicked the way magic flowed between the realms, and the glyphs were an explanation of how the giant and its kin used it. He understood the solution. The riddle's answer was not a single word, but a profound understanding of the intricate relationship between Jotunheim and the other realms. It was a comprehension of the delicate balance between creation and destruction, the constant interplay of forces that shaped the universe. Ivar, with a deep breath, conveyed his understanding to the giant, not with words, but with a visualization of the answer, showing the giant the way he understood the flow of magic, of the energy between realms. The giant nodded slowly, a monumental gesture that sent a tremor through the ground. The eyes that had been filled with an unfathomable depth of wisdom now held a flicker of approval, a testament to Ivar's insight. The giant did not offer praise or reward, but an understanding. The giant spoke once more, a voice filled with respect, a sound akin to the sighing of ancient glaciers. It revealed more of the secrets of Jotunheim, of its history and its future, and the importance of this balance. The giant then shared knowledge of the horn, its resonant blasts that called Ivar to these realms. It was not merely a coincidence, but a deliberate summons, a call to a destiny interwoven with the fate of the 9 realms. The giant revealed that Ivar was not simply a witness, but a key player in an ancient conflict, a struggle for balance between the realms, a war that stretched back to the dawn of time. The giant's words left Ivar with a profound sense of responsibility, a realization that his journey was far from over. As the sun began its descent, painting the amethyst sky with hues of orange and purple, the giant turned, its colossal form silhouetted against the vibrant backdrop. Its departure was as silent as its arrival, a slow fading into the landscape, a disappearance as seamless and natural as the shifting of the ice formations themselves. Ivar was left alone amidst the towering peaks and the silver rivers, pondering the weight of the giant's revelations. He knew then that his journey was only beginning, a path fraught with danger, yet filled with the promise of unveiling the secrets of the 9 realms and his own hidden destiny. The encounter had brought him a wealth of knowledge, but also a heavier burden, one he would carry forth, ready for the next challenge awaiting him in Jotunheim, the journey towards the truth of his heritage and the fate of the 9 realms, continued learning giant lore. The giant's departure left Ivar alone in the heart of Jotunheim, the silence broken only by the whisper of the wind across the glacial peaks. The weight of the revelation pressed upon him, a profound understanding of the giants, their culture, and their place within the intricate tapestry of Norse mythology. It wasn't the simplistic narrative of monstrous beings intent on destruction he had learned from the tales spun in his village. Instead, he encountered a civilization steeped in wisdom, deeply connected to the land, and possessing a power that extended far beyond brute strength. He spent the remaining daylight hours exploring, guided by the residual images and sensations imprinted on his mind by the giant. He wandered along the banks of the shimmering silver rivers, their metallic gleam reflecting the amethyst sky. The water, cold and pure, seemed to carry the essence of Jotunheim, a palpable energy that thrummed through his very being. He touched the ancient, crystalline structures, feeling the immense age of the land, its unyielding strength, and the subtle pulse of life that flowed through it. Each touch seemed to unlock new layers of understanding, as if the very stones whispered secrets of Jotunheim's history. He learned of the giants' reverence for the land, their intricate relationship with the earth's cycles, and their deep understanding of the elemental forces that shaped their world. Their society, unlike the structured kingdoms of Asgard, was built upon a harmony with nature, a symbiotic relationship that had allowed them to thrive for millennia. They revered the mountains, not as obstacles, but as protectors, as ancient beings imbued with their own unique power and wisdom. The rivers were not simply waterways, but living entities, conduits of energy that connected the various regions of Jotunheim. Even the seemingly barren landscapes held a profound beauty, a testament to the giant's respect for the natural world. Ivar discovered that the giant's power wasn't solely physical. It was interwoven with the very fabric of Jotunheim. They possessed an innate understanding of the land's energy, harnessing it for both practical and spiritual purposes. They cultivated a unique form of magic, far different from the runes and spells of the Asgardians. Their magic was elemental, a direct manipulation of the land's inherent power, seamlessly blending with the natural world. He learned of ancient rituals and ceremonies, performed in harmony with the earth's rhythms, designed to maintain the balance of Jotunheim's delicate ecosystem. He saw visions of giants communing with the mountains, drawing power from the earth, channeling the energy of the rivers to heal the land, and harnessing the power of the aurora to enhance their connection to the cosmos. The tales of the giant's history unfolded before him, not as a linear progression, but as a cyclical dance of creation and destruction, a reflection of the very nature of Jotunheim. He witnessed the ebb and flow of their civilizations, periods of prosperity interwoven with devastating setbacks, mirroring the ever-changing landscape of their home. He learned of their conflicts with other realms, but even these encounters were framed within a larger context of balance and understanding. The battles were not simply struggles for dominance, but attempts to maintain the cosmic equilibrium, a delicate balance of power that held the 9 realms together. The giants, despite their immense strength, understood the importance of preservation and respect for the interconnectedness of everything. They were not destroyers, but custodians of a vital part of the cosmos. Ivar also gained a deeper understanding of the giant's social structure. It was not a rigid hierarchy like that of the Aesir, but a fluid system built upon respect for experience and wisdom. Age and mastery of the land's power determined status, not lineage or military prowess. He saw glimpses of their family structures, deeply rooted in the shared responsibility for the land's well-being, children were raised with a profound respect for nature, learning to understand and harness its power from a young age. The community functioned as a single entity, each member contributing to the collective well-being. Their lives were intertwined with the land, their culture and traditions inextricably linked to the rhythms of nature. The giant's lessons extended beyond the purely cultural. He learned of the inherent connection between all the 9 realms, a profound interconnectedness that transcended physical boundaries. The giant's deep understanding of this connection was what allowed them to maintain a unique perspective on the universe. They perceived the flow of energy between the realms, understanding the balance and interdependence of each sphere. This perspective, the giant had emphasized, was crucial to maintaining peace and harmony across the 9 realms. The lack of this understanding, the giant had sadly implied, was the root cause of many conflicts that had rocked the 9 realms in the past. The wars were never simply about territorial disputes or power struggles, but a consequence of the lack of appreciation for the inherent interdependence of all beings and all the realms. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a breathtaking array of colors. As Ivar sat upon a glacial outcrop, contemplating all he had learned, the knowledge had challenged his previously held perceptions of Jotunheim and its inhabitants. He had come expecting monstrous creatures, fueled by hatred and violence. Instead, he found a civilization deeply connected to the earth, rich in culture and possessing a wisdom that transcended earthly conflicts. The giants, he realized, were not merely powerful beings, but custodians of an ancient and vital part of the cosmos. Their strength was not merely physical, but rooted in their profound understanding of the balance and interconnectedness of all things. This understanding, Ivar now realized, was crucial to not only the survival of Jotunheim, but to the very fabric of the 9 realms. The echoes of the Gjallarhorn still resonated within him, a constant reminder of his purpose. He was not merely a spectator in this unfolding drama, but a participant, a pivotal figure whose destiny was intertwined with the fate of the 9 realms. The knowledge acquired in Jotunheim felt like a heavy mantle, a responsibility that weighed upon his shoulders, but also ignited a burning ember of purpose within his heart. He understood now why he had been called, why the horn had summoned him to this realm. He was not just a witness to the wonders and dangers of the Norse cosmos, but a key player in the delicate balance between the realms. His journey, far from being over, was only just beginning. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, fraught with potential dangers, but also brimming with the promise of untold discoveries and the potential to shape the destinies of all 9 realms. The weight of this responsibility was profound, but Ivar felt ready. He would carry this knowledge, this understanding, and this heavy burden forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in his quest to maintain the cosmic equilibrium and discover the mysteries of his own destiny. The echoes of the Gjallarhorn faded, replaced by a renewed resolve, a determination to use his newfound knowledge to protect the balance of the 9 realms, a commitment to understand his own destiny and to honor the wisdom he had found in the heart of Jotunheim, uncovering hidden knowledge. As twilight deepened, casting long shadows across the crystalline structures of Jotunheim, Ivar felt a pull, a subtle yet insistent urging toward a specific location. He couldn't explain it, a feeling akin to the Gjallarhorn's call, but less imposing, more of a gentle nudge. He followed the unseen guide, his boots crunching on the frost-covered ground, the wind whispering secrets only he could hear. It led him to a towering glacier, its surface a shimmering expanse of ice, reflecting the amethyst sky. The glacier itself seemed to hum, with a low, resonant thrum, a vibration that Ivar felt deep in his bones. He approached cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. He noticed a peculiar formation in the ice, a swirling pattern that seemed to defy the glacier's natural structure. As he reached out, a cold, yet strangely comforting energy flowed from the ice, enveloping him in a gentle embrace. The pattern pulsed with light, then seemed to shift, revealing a hidden cavity within the glacier's heart. Hesitantly, Ivar reached into the cavity, his fingers brushing against something smooth and cold. He pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface covered in intricate runes and symbols he'd never seen before. The wood was aged beyond belief, yet remarkably preserved, its texture smooth beneath his fingertips. The box felt warm to the touch, despite the surrounding icy chill. As he held the box, a surge of images and sensations flooded his mind. Visions of ancient giants, their faces etched with both wisdom and sorrow, performing rituals under the shimmering aurora borealis. He saw them interacting with the land, drawing power from the earth and sky, and saw them weaving spells of incredible power, their magic deeply connected to the very fabric of Jotunheim. He felt their joy, their struggles, their deep connection to the land, and their profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. He saw the giants' society, their peaceful existence, their harmony with nature, and their deep respect for the life cycle of the land. The visions were overwhelming, but Ivar held onto the box, his grip tightening. The runes on the box glowed faintly, pulsating in rhythm with the glacier's vibrations. He felt a powerful connection to the ancient giants, a resonance that seemed to reach beyond time and space. The box, he realized, was more than just a container. It was a conduit, a link to the giant's accumulated knowledge. The visions subsided, replaced by a sense of clarity. He knew he had to open the box to unlock the secrets it held. He hesitated for only a moment, then slowly opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a single, smooth, gray stone. It pulsated with a gentle, internal light, its surface seemingly alive, teeming with intricate patterns that shifted and changed before his eyes. The stone was warm to the touch, emitting a soft, resonant hum. As he touched the stone, a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind, a tapestry of ancient lore and forgotten history. He learned of the giants' origins, their ancient ties to the cosmos, and their role in shaping the very fabric of the 9 realms. He understood their connection to Yggdrasil, the world tree, and their profound understanding of its intricate network of roots and branches. He learned of their deep wisdom, their mastery of elemental magic, and their understanding of the cosmos. He even discovered the ancient, almost forgotten language of the giants, its sounds echoing in his mind. The stone also revealed secrets about his own heritage. He learned of a lineage he never knew he possessed, a bloodline connecting him to the giants themselves. He discovered that the Gjallarhorn's call was not a random occurrence, but a deliberate summons, a call to destiny. He was not just a boy from a remote village. He was a descendant of an ancient race, destined to play a crucial role in the events to come. The stone detailed the prophecy of a great upheaval in the 9 realms, a cosmic imbalance threatening to unravel the very fabric of existence. The prophecy spoke of a chosen one, a descendant of the giants, who would possess the ability to restore balance, to prevent the realms from descending into chaos. It spoke of his role as a guardian, a protector of the ancient equilibrium, a bridge between the mortal and divine worlds. The knowledge was immense, overwhelming even, but Ivar felt a surge of empowerment. The weight of the prophecy didn't crush him. It ignited a fire within his soul. He was prepared, not just physically, but spiritually, to face the challenges that lay ahead. He understood the enormity of the task, the responsibility he now carried. He was not merely a boy, caught in a fantastical journey. He was a key player in the fate of the 9 realms. The stone's revelations extended beyond prophecy. It unveiled detailed maps of hidden passages and secret pathways that connected Jotunheim to other realms. These pathways were not merely physical routes, but conduits of energy, allowing for quick travel between seemingly disparate locations. The stone even hinted at the location of a powerful artifact, one capable of manipulating the flow of cosmic energy, a tool crucial for restoring balance to the 9 realms. As he absorbed this wealth of information, Ivar felt a shift within himself. He felt stronger, more confident, more connected to the earth, to the sky, to the very essence of Jotunheim. He felt a surge of power, a connection to the elemental forces that had previously only been a faint whisper. He felt the ancient magic of the giants flowing through his veins, a potent force that mirrored the very essence of the land. He realized the stone was not just revealing secrets, but also awakening a dormant power within him, a power that had been latent, waiting to be unlocked. With the box and stone safely secured, Ivar left the glacier, the twilight giving way to the deep, star-studded night of Jotunheim. The journey back wasn't a simple trek. He felt a sense of urgency, the knowledge of the impending cosmic upheaval weighing heavily on his shoulders. But he wasn't afraid. He was prepared. The secrets of Jotunheim, once veiled in mystery, were now his. He knew his destiny lay ahead, a path fraught with danger and uncertainty, but also brimming with the promise of restoring cosmic balance and fulfilling a prophecy spanning millennia. His heritage was no longer a mystery. It was his strength, his guide, his destiny. The echoes of the Gjallarhorn still resonated within him, not as a summons, but as a confirmation. His journey had only just begun, and he was ready. The knowledge he now carried was not just a burden, but a weapon in the impending cosmic war. He would use this power wisely to protect the realms and to uncover the secrets his lineage held, ensuring the balance of the 9 realms. The giant's warning. The star-strewn sky of Jotunheim seemed to press down, a heavy blanket of celestial wonder and looming threat. Ivar, his heart still thrumming with the revelations of the glacier, felt a profound sense of peace mixed with a prickling unease. He had unearthed his heritage, grasped the weight of a cosmic prophecy, and glimpsed the vast, hidden pathways connecting the 9 realms. Yet, a subtle shift in the air, a change in the hum of the land itself, signaled that his journey was far from over. As he prepared to leave the glacial expanse, a figure emerged from the swirling mists that clung to the valley floor. It was a giant, taller than any tree in the mortal realm, his skin the color of weathered granite, his eyes shimmering with the same ancient wisdom Ivar had witnessed in his visions. The giant did not move with the lumbering gait Ivar had expected. His movements were fluid and graceful, a testament to his age and immense power. He carried himself with an air of quiet dignity, a silent strength that spoke volumes. The giant's voice, when it came, was a low rumble, like the distant tremor of an earthquake, yet it held a surprising gentleness. "You have touched the heart of Jotunheim, young one," the giant's voice echoed, the words reverberating through Ivar's very being. "You have seen the past, and you have glimpsed the future. The stone holds great power, a power that will be tested." Ivar, though awestruck by the giant's presence, felt a surge of courage. The revelations from the stone had imbued him with a confidence he never knew he possessed. "I understand," he responded, his voice surprisingly steady. "The prophecy speaks of a great upheaval, a threat to the balance of the 9 realms." The giant nodded, his eyes twinkling with a profound sadness. "The prophecy is true, young Ivar, but the path to restoring balance is not a simple one. It will test your strength, your courage, and most importantly, your heart." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the vast, icy landscape. "There are forces at work, darker than even the deepest shadows of hell. They seek to exploit the imbalance, to unravel the very fabric of existence." Ivar felt a chill crawl up his spine. The abstract concept of a cosmic upheaval had taken on a tangible, horrifying form. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him, heavier than any mountain. He yearned to understand more, to prepare himself for the impending conflict. "What forces are you speaking of?" Ivar asked, his voice barely a whisper, yet carrying a resolute tone that surprised even himself. The giant sighed, a sound like the wind Whistling through a canyon to speak their names is to invite their attention. Suffice it to say, they are ancient, powerful, and relentless. They dwell in the places between realms, feeding on discord and chaos. They crave the destruction of all that is. The giant offered no names, no specifics. His warning remained shrouded in cryptic ambiguity, a testament to the ancient and potent power he guarded. Instead, he reached out a hand, his fingers long and gnarled like ancient tree roots. In his palm, he held a single, iridescent feather, its colors shifting like the aurora borealis. This, the giant said, his voice barely audible above the wind's howl, is a guide. It will lead you to those who understand the true nature of this coming darkness. They will aid you, but only if you prove worthy. Ivar carefully took the feather. It felt strangely warm to the touch, pulsing with a faint, internal light. As he held it, images flickered through his mind, fragmented visions of ethereal beings, their forms shifting and indistinct, yet their power undeniable. They were guardians, protectors, possibly allies. And the danger? Ivar asked, his voice laced with a mixture of apprehension and determination. He needed specifics. He needed to know what to expect. The cryptic warnings were unsettling, creating a chilling suspense that fueled his already heightened anxiety. He had to prepare, to plan for every possibility. The fate of the 9 realms rested on his shoulders, a weight that threatened to crush him, yet also empowered him with an almost superhuman resolve. The giant's gaze held a hint of sorrow, a reflection of the ancient burden he carried. The danger lies not just in the forces of darkness, but in the choices you make, young Ivar. Trust your instincts, but question everything. The path before you is fraught with deception and betrayal. Those you trust may prove to be your greatest enemies, and those you fear may become your most unexpected allies. The line between friend and foe will blur, testing your loyalty and your resolve. The giant offered no further details, no map to guide his path, no clear strategy to combat the approaching threat. He only offered the iridescent feather, a silent promise of guidance, a token of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. The giant's warning was less a warning of specific dangers, but a profound insight into the nature of the conflict that lay ahead. A battle of wills, of trust and deception, a test of his very soul. The giant's warning resonated with Ivar. long after the giant faded back into the mist. It wasn't a single, concrete danger, but a multitude of looming threats. The cryptic nature of the warning only fueled Ivar's determination. He knew he had to prepare for anything: treachery, betrayal, and allies who might turn against him. This was not merely a physical battle, it was a spiritual war, a test of loyalty and resolve. He clutched the iridescent feather tightly, the warmth of it a small comfort against the cold dread that threatened to engulf him. The weight of the prophecy, the secrets of Jotunheim, and the giant's ominous warning settled upon him, a profound burden, but also a fierce determination to face whatever lay ahead. He had the stone, the knowledge, and now the feather, a guide through the maze of deception and betrayal that the giant had foretold. His journey through Jotunheim had ended, but his true quest had only just begun. He turned his back on the glacier. The image of the giant's solemn face burned into his memory. He would face the coming darkness, not with fear, but with the fierce determination born of his newfound heritage and the weight of the cosmic prophecy resting upon his young shoulders. The path forward was uncertain, fraught with danger, but he carried with him the hope kindled by the stone, the guidance of the feather, and the unwavering resolve to preserve the balance of the 9 realms. The echoes of the Gjallarhorn, the whispers of the wind, and the giant's cryptic warning were now his constant companions, urging him onward, pushing him towards a destiny he was both eager and terrified to embrace. His journey through Jotunheim was done, but his journey to save the 9 realms had only just begun, and he knew, deep in his heart, he would not be alone. The allies foretold by the giant's warning, along with his own unwavering spirit, would prove to be his greatest weapons in the coming battle. Journey to the realm of dwarves. The iridescent feather, warm and pulsing with inner light, guided Ivar. It didn't point in any specific direction, but rather it seemed to resonate with a hidden current, a subtle pull that led him away from the icy wastes of Jotunheim and towards a path shrouded in an unnatural twilight. The air grew heavy, the scent of pine and snow replaced by the pungent aroma of damp earth, and something else, something metallic and strangely ancient. The ground beneath his feet shifted, becoming uneven and rocky, the path twisting and turning through a landscape that seemed to shift and change with every step. The feather pulsed faster, its light intensifying as if sensing the proximity of his destination. He passed through towering trees, their gnarled branches twisted into grotesque shapes, their leaves a deep, almost black green. The sky above was perpetually overcast, a thick blanket of clouds obscuring the sun, casting the forest in a perpetual gloom. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures and the distant drip of water from unseen sources. It was a silence that felt oppressive, heavy with an ancient energy that vibrated in the very air. As he ventured deeper, the trees began to thin, giving way to a vast, cavernous expanse. Before him stretched a chasm, its depths obscured by a swirling mist that seemed to writhe and pulse with an inner light. The metallic scent intensified, mingling with the smell of hot stone and something else, something akin to the scent of molten gold. It was a smell that both fascinated and repelled him, a scent of creation and destruction intertwined. Hesitantly, Ivar approached the chasm's edge. The feather in his hand throbbed wildly, its light now a brilliant, almost blinding white. He peered into the mist, his eyes straining to penetrate the swirling darkness. He could hear faint sounds from below, the clang of metal on metal, the rhythmic thud of hammers, the low murmur of voices. It was the sound of dwarven industry, a testament to the tireless work of the Svartalfheim's inhabitants. Taking a deep breath, Ivar stepped onto a narrow, precarious pathway that wound its way down into the chasm. The path was uneven, treacherous, lined with loose rocks and crumbling stone. He had to proceed with extreme caution, his every step deliberate, each movement precise. The air grew colder as he descended, the metallic scent becoming even more pronounced, mingling with the smell of sulfur and something else, something ancient and unsettling. It felt as if the very stones themselves were whispering secrets, their voices a low hum that resonated in the deepest recesses of his mind. The descent was long and arduous. The pathway snaked through caverns, past waterfalls that cascaded into unseen depths, and across bridges that spanned yawning chasms. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings, depicting scenes of dwarven life, battles, feasts, and the creation of magnificent works of art. Ivar examined the carvings closely. They were exquisitely crafted, each detail flawlessly executed, a testament to to the dwarves' skill and artistry, but there was something else about the carvings, a certain darkness, a suggestion of hidden depths, of secrets that lay buried beneath the surface. As he finally reached the bottom, Ivar emerged into a vast underground city, a labyrinthine network of tunnels and caverns that stretched as far as the eye could see. The city teemed with activity. Dwarves, their faces grim and determined, toiled tirelessly at their crafts, forging weapons, shaping metal, carving runes into stone. The air was thick with the sound of hammers on anvils, the hiss of bellows, and the low murmur of conversation. The dwarves were shorter than Ivar had imagined, their bodies stocky and powerful, their beards long and braided with intricate patterns, their eyes, deep set and piercing, held a spark of intelligence and a hint of something else, something ancient and untamed. They worked in teams, their movements precise and coordinated, their collaboration seamless. Ivar, though initially awestruck by the scale of the dwarven city and the industry that pulsated through it, felt a growing sense of unease. The city was magnificent, yet it was also oppressive, a monument to tireless work under constant, oppressive gloom. The very energy of the place seemed heavy, draining, as if the city itself weighed upon his spirit. As he walked through the city, Ivar noticed that the dwarves paid him little attention. They were too engrossed in their work, too focused on their tasks, to notice the outsider in their midst. This indifference, however, felt more like a silent threat than a simple oversight. It was as if he were being observed, scrutinized, his every move monitored by unseen eyes. He continued his journey through the city's labyrinthine streets, the metallic scent growing stronger with every step. He passed workshops filled with glowing furnaces, where dwarves worked tirelessly, shaping metal into weapons and tools. He saw chambers filled with treasures, piles of gold, and jewels that shimmered in the dim light. The wealth of the dwarves was undeniable, a testament to their skill and industry. Yet, amid the glittering riches, there was a sense of coldness, of isolation, of a world cut off from the rest of the 9 realms. As Ivar continued his exploration, the feather in his hand began to glow brighter, leading him towards a specific location. He followed the light, navigating the complex network of tunnels and caverns until he reached a massive, imposing structure in the heart of the city. It was a forge of immense scale, its interior filled with the intense heat of a roaring fire. The forge was guarded by two massive dwarves, their armor gleaming dully in the dim light. Their faces were impassive, their eyes hard and watchful. They seemed to emanate a powerful aura, their bodies radiating strength and menace. As Ivar approached, the dwarves raised their weapons, their eyes narrowed in suspicion. His journey to Svartalfheim, he realized, had only just begun, and the trials he faced would be far greater than he could have ever imagined. The dwarves, with their ancient wisdom and hidden agendas, would test his courage, his loyalty, and his very soul. The feather pulsed brightly once more, its light a beacon of hope in the oppressive gloom of the dwarven city, urging him forward to whatever challenges lay ahead. His destiny, interwoven with the fate of the 9 realms, awaited him in the heart of the forge. The dwarves' forges. The air inside the forge was a palpable thing, a wave of suffocating heat that pressed against Ivar's skin. The roar of the furnace was deafening, a constant, rhythmic bellow that vibrated through the very ground beneath his feet. Flames, the color of molten gold, licked at the sides of the massive crucible, casting flickering shadows that danced across the faces of the dwarves working within. Sweat beaded on their brows, mingling with grime and soot to create a mask of intense focus. Each swing of their hammers was precise, deliberate, infused with an almost supernatural strength. Ivar watched, mesmerized, as the dwarves worked in teams, a symphony of coordinated effort. One dwarf fed glowing coals into the furnace, his movements fluid and experienced, honed by generations of smithing tradition. Another manipulated bellows, a rhythmic pumping that fueled the fiery heart of the forge. And at the center, 2 master smiths worked in concert, their hammers a blur of motion as they shaped a glowing mass of metal into something magnificent. The piece they were creating wasn't merely a weapon, it was a work of art. Intricate runes, glowing with an inner light, were etched into the metal, their lines precise and flawless. As they worked, the runes pulsed with a faint light, emanating a palpable sense of power. Ivar felt a strange pull towards the object, a sense of fascination and awe, but also a hint of unease. There was something undeniably powerful about it, something ancient and untamed. The dwarves wore no elaborate armors, only simple leather aprons and heavy gloves that shielded their hands from the intense heat. Their faces, however, spoke volumes. They were grim, their expressions etched with the weight of generations of toil, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of the forge, mirroring the fire in their souls. They were masters of their craft, dedicated to their work with a fervor that bordered on religious devotion. He moved closer, his boots crunching on the scorched earth, trying to get a better look. The closer he got, the more intense the heat became. The air shimmered above the furnace, distorted by the intense heat. He could feel the heat radiating from the glowing metal, a tangible force that pushed against him. As he watched, one of the dwarves paused in his work, his eyes meeting Ivar's. The dwarf was old, his face a roadmap of wrinkles and scars, his beard long and braided with silver threads. His eyes, however, were remarkably sharp, keen and intelligent. He regarded Ivar with an unsettling intensity, his gaze piercing, unnerving. The scrutiny was intense. Ivar felt as if he were being dissected, his every flaw laid bare. The silence stretched, broken only by the roar of the forge. The dwarf said nothing, his gaze unwavering. Then, slowly, he returned to his work, his hammer striking the metal with renewed force. The other dwarves remained silent, their eyes remaining fixed on their tasks, as if the pause had never occurred. Ivar, however, felt the encounter hanging heavy in the air, a palpable tension that hadn't dissipated. He understood that he hadn't simply observed the dwarves. He had been observed, judged, his presence acknowledged, but his purpose left unquestioned. He moved to another forge, a smaller one, where a single dwarf meticulously worked on a smaller piece. This dwarf was younger, his face clean-shaven, his movements quicker, less deliberate than the older smiths. He was carving runes into a length of what looked like enchanted wood, his chisel moving with precision and speed. The runes he was carving were different from those on the weapon, less powerful, but equally intricate. They glowed with a softer light, a gentle luminescence that hinted at a different kind of magic. As Ivar watched, the younger dwarf paused and looked up. Unlike the older smith, this dwarf did not seem hostile. His eyes, while still intense, held a flicker of curiosity. He nodded towards Ivar, a brief, almost imperceptible gesture of acknowledgement. The gesture, however, was enough. It broke the wall of silence and indifference that had surrounded Ivar since he had entered the forge. The dwarf offered a small smile, a flash of warmth in the midst of the intense heat. It was a gesture that offered Ivar an opening, a chance to engage, to ask questions, to learn more about the dwarves and their magic. He approached the dwarf cautiously, aware that he was treading on sacred ground. The dwarf, in turn, seemed to sense his apprehension. He gestured towards a workbench littered with tools and materials, inviting Ivar to sit. "You are not from these realms," the dwarf stated, his voice surprisingly gentle, devoid of the harshness Ivar had expected. "The feather guides you well, but it cannot protect you from all that lies within Svartalfheim." Ivar nodded, admitting the truth in his words. He explained his journey, his quest to understand the connection between the 9 realms and the strange resonance he felt within himself. The dwarf listened intently, his eyes never leaving Ivar's. He showed him different materials, various enchanted woods, gleaming ores, and metals of impossible hardness. He explained the different properties of each, how they reacted to magic, how they could be used to create objects of immense power. He spoke of ancient dwarven rituals, of the secrets passed down through generations, of the power of runes and their ability to shape reality. He spoke of the creation of enchanted weapons, imbued with magical properties, explaining the delicate balance between strength and enchantment, the risk of imbuing too much power, the potential for such a weapon to turn against its wielder. He showed Ivar examples of these weapons, intricate creations of art and magic, gleaming dully in the soft light of the forge. He described the process of creating enchanted tools, objects that could not only help a craftsman perform their work, but enhance their abilities, making them more proficient and powerful. He showed Ivar tools that could shape wood with a mere touch, ores that could be manipulated with only thought. He showed him how runes were not merely symbols, but keys to unlocking the power within the materials themselves, how they could be used to channel magic, to imbue objects with life, to create things of impossible wonder. He demonstrated the techniques of rune crafting, the precision required, the understanding of the energies involved. The dwarf's explanations went far beyond mere craftsmanship. They revealed the profound connection between the dwarves and the magical energies that flowed through Svartalfheim. It was a connection that seemed as ancient as the mountains themselves, a bond as deep and unyielding as the earth's core. As the sun began to set, or what little light penetrated the depths of Svartalfheim, Ivar finally took his leave, carrying with him not only a deeper understanding of dwarven craftsmanship, but a new respect for the magic inherent in their world. His quest to uncover the mysteries of his heritage had taken an unexpected turn, leading him deeper into the heart of Norse mythology, where the lines between magic and reality blurred, and the power of ancient myths revealed themselves in the most unexpected ways. The feather, now faintly pulsing, seemed to indicate his path forward, yet the sense of unease remained. The dwarves, with their ancient wisdom and their mysterious ways, had revealed only a fraction of what Svartalfheim held, and Ivar sensed that the true trials lay yet ahead, a test of craftsmanship. The older dwarf, his eyes still sharp as flint, gestured towards a workbench cluttered with an assortment of strange materials. You speak of the 9 realms, of a resonance within yourself, he rumbled, his voice like the grinding of stones. Yet the path of a godson is not paved with words alone. Svartalfheim demands proof, a demonstration of the spirit that guides your journey. Ivar felt a knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. He had expected challenges, but a direct test of his abilities within the heart of the dwarven realm felt different. This wasn't a riddle to be solved, but a trial to be endured. He swallowed, his throat dry. What do you require of me? The dwarf chuckled, a low, guttural sound that echoed in the cavernous forge. We dwarves value practicality above all else, boy. We judge not by lineage or prophecy, but by the strength of one's hands, the clarity of one's mind, and the fire in one's heart. He pointed to a pile of seemingly ordinary materials, a length of shimmering, obsidian-like wood, a fist-sized lump of glowing, pulsating ore, and a collection of intricately carved runes, etched onto small, smooth stones. These are the building blocks of Svartalfheim. From these, forge us something that speaks of your purpose, something that reveals the essence of your journey. Ivar examined the materials cautiously. The wood felt strangely warm to the touch, radiating a subtle energy that tingled in his fingertips. The ore pulsed with a rhythmic light, a heartbeat of raw power. The runes on the stones, etched with a precision that defied human capability, hummed with a low, resonant thrum. He picked up one of the stones, turning it over in his hand. The rune carved on its surface seemed to shift and change, depending on the angle of the light. A cryptic message he couldn't decipher. He felt the weight of the dwarf's expectation, a silent challenge that echoed in the rhythmic clang of hammers from the other forges. This wasn't simply a test of craftsmanship. It was a test of his very being, a trial of his ability to harness the power that pulsed within him. He had to create something that reflected not just his skill, but the mystical journey that had brought him to this place. a journey guided by the echoes of Gjallarhorn and the whispers of the 9 realms. He spent hours poring over the materials, his mind racing with possibilities. He considered creating a weapon, a symbol of strength and protection, but that felt too simplistic, too direct. He pondered a tool, something practical and useful, but that too failed to capture the essence of his journey. He needed something that reflected the magic, the mystery, and the interconnectedness of the realms he'd traveled through. Inspiration struck him as he traced one of the runes on a stone, a symbol of protection he'd seen depicted in the ancient texts he'd discovered in his village. He realized the potential inherent in the combination of the materials. The obsidian wood could provide the structure, a stable framework to hold the power within. The pulsating ore could serve as a conduit, a source of energy to fuel the enchantment, and the runes, with their innate magical properties, could act as the key, the catalyst to unlock the full potential of the object. He began by carefully shaping the obsidian wood, using the dwarven tools with a surprising dexterity that surprised even himself. The wood yielded readily to his touch, its inherent magic seemingly guiding his hand. He carved a small, intricate amulet, a pendant shaped like the Bifröst bridge, the rainbow connection between Asgard and Midgard. He meticulously placed the pulsating ore in the center of the amulet, its glowing heart mirroring the bridge's celestial arc. Then came the most intricate part, the application of the runes. He chose 3 runes: Algis, protection; Iwas, yew tree, representing resilience; and Isa, ice, representing the power of the frozen north. He carefully etched the runes into the wood surrounding the ore, his hand moving with a precision he hadn't known he possessed. As he carved, he channeled his own energy, his connection to the 9 realms, into the wood. The runes began to glow, pulsating with a soft, ethereal light, their energy intertwining with the ore's pulsing heart. The process was arduous, physically and mentally demanding. He felt the drain of his own energy, his body aching, his mind exhausted, but the satisfaction of seeing his creation come to life, the feeling of magic flowing through his fingertips, sustained him. As he finished, the amulet pulsed with a powerful yet gentle energy, a miniature gateway to the realms themselves. He presented his creation to the dwarves, his heart pounding in his chest The older dwarf examined the amulet, his sharp eyes scrutinizing every detail. The other dwarves gathered around, their faces impassive, but their eyes betraying a flicker of interest. A long silence followed, broken only by the rhythmic clang of hammers in the background. Then the older dwarf nodded slowly, a rare smile stretching across his weathered face. "It speaks of your journey," he stated, his voice filled with a grudging respect, "of the power you carry within. You have passed the test." The other dwarves murmured their agreement, a low hum of approval that vibrated through the forge. Ivar felt a wave of relief wash over him, a potent cocktail of exhaustion and triumph. He had not just proven his craftsmanship, but he'd demonstrated the strength of his spirit, the resilience of his will. He had woven the threads of his journey into a tangible object, a testament to his connection to the 9 realms. The test was over, but Ivar knew that his journey was far from complete. The dwarves had revealed a new layer of their world, a deeper understanding of their craftsmanship and the inherent magic bound to their very existence. Yet, a sense of foreboding remained, a hint of the greater challenges that lay ahead. The feather, now glowing brightly, seemed to point towards a new path, a new trial waiting to test his courage, his wit, and his growing connection to the magic of the 9 realms. He was ready. The whispers of Gjallarhorn continued to guide him, promising adventures yet to come and secrets yet to be unveiled. The depth of Svartalfheim held many more mysteries, and Ivar, armed with his newfound confidence and the glowing amulet around his neck, was ready to face whatever lay ahead. His quest had only just begun, learning the dwarves' secrets. The older dwarf, Broker, gestured towards a dark corner of the forge, revealing a hidden alcove shrouded in shadow. Beyond the craft of metal and stone lies a deeper understanding, boy, Broker said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very earth beneath their feet. Svartalfheim is not merely a realm of forges and mines. It is the heart of the earth, a conduit to the energies that bind the 9 realms. Ivar cautiously entered the alcove, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. The air here felt different, charged with a palpable energy that prickled his skin. Runes, glowing faintly with an inner luminescence, adorned the walls, their intricate patterns forming a complex network of symbols. In the center of the alcove, a small pool of water shimmered, its surface reflecting the faint light like a mirror to another world. The water wasn't still. It pulsed gently, as if breathing in rhythm with the earth itself. This, Brucker explained, his voice hushed with reverence, is the heart of our knowledge, the wellspring of Svartalfheim's power. It is not merely water, but a reflection of the world's interconnectedness, a conduit to the energies that flow between the realms. Brucker led Ivar closer to the pool. He pointed to a series of smaller pools surrounding the central one, each containing different minerals and ores, each glowing with a unique luminescence. Each of these smaller pools represents a different aspect of the 9 realms, Brucker explained. The crimson glow of that one speaks of Muspelheim's fiery heart, while the icy blue of that other reflects the chilling power of Niflheim. He gestured to a pool shimmering with emerald light. This one channels the life force of Alfheim, the light and energy that nourishes all creation. Ivar felt a profound sense of awe. He had seen the 9 realms from afar, glimpsed their distinct features during his journeys, but he had never fully grasped their interconnectedness, the delicate balance that held them together. Here, in the heart of Svartalfheim, he saw the tangible proof of that connection, the subtle interplay of forces that sustained the cosmos. Broker continued his explanation, his words weaving a complex tapestry of dwarven lore and cosmological understanding. He spoke of the Earth's hidden energies, of ley lines that crisscrossed the realms, carrying the lifeblood of the cosmos. He explained how the dwarves, through their mastery of the Earth's resources, could harness these energies, shaping them, channeling them, and using them to create objects of incredible power and beauty. Balance is key, boy, Brucker emphasized, his voice low and serious. Each realm contributes its unique energy to the whole. Disrupt the balance, and the entire cosmos suffers. Our craft is not merely about extracting resources. It's about understanding the intricate dance of these forces, respecting their power, and working in harmony with them. Ivar spent hours in the alcove, poring over the runes, studying the glowing pools, absorbing the dwarves' profound understanding of the cosmos. He learned about the dwarves' intricate methods of harnessing the earth's energies, of transforming raw materials into powerful artifacts, each imbued with the essence of the 9 realms. He learned about the importance of precision, of respect, and of understanding the delicate balance between the realms. He discovered that the dwarves' connection to the earth was not just physical, it was spiritual. Their lives were intertwined with the planet's pulse, their destinies interwoven with the fabric of the cosmos. Their deep understanding of the Earth's energies allowed them to create artifacts that weren't merely beautiful or functional, but imbued with a raw, potent magic, a reflection of the cosmic forces they channeled. Broker showed Ivar ancient texts, meticulously preserved within the alcove, filled with intricate diagrams and detailed descriptions of the 9 realms. These were not just illustrations, but diagrams of the energy pathways, showing how different realms interacted and how the energies of each realm contributed to the whole. Ivar traced the lines with his finger, feeling the pull of the unseen forces, a sense of wonder filling his heart. The dwarves, he learned, were guardians of this knowledge, custodians of a powerful secret, a secret that bound their very existence to the well-being of the 9 realms. Their skill was not merely craftsmanship, it was a mystical art, a sacred duty passed down through generations. As Ivar absorbed the dwarves' knowledge, his own understanding of the 9 realms deepened. He realized the significance of his own journey, the interconnectedness of his experiences, the echoes of Gjallarhorn, the visions he'd had, the trials he'd faced. They were all pieces of a larger puzzle, fragments of a grand design that revealed a universe far more complex and wondrous than he could have ever imagined. He understood now the true meaning of his earlier trial. The amulet he had created, with its runes of protection, resilience, and the icy power of the North, wasn't just a beautiful artifact, it was a testament to his burgeoning understanding of the realms, a symbol of his ability to harness the energy that flowed between them. The amulet pulsed with a gentle warmth, a comforting reminder of the intricate balance he now understood and respected. Leaving the alcove, Ivar felt a profound shift in his perspective. He was no longer just a boy guided by the echoes of a mythical horn. He was a traveler on a quest of cosmic proportions, a participant in the great dance of the 9 realms. He carried within him a deep sense of responsibility, an awareness of the delicate balance that held the universe together, a balance he was now sworn to protect. He knew that his journey was far from over, that even greater challenges lay ahead. But now he had the knowledge, the skills, and the understanding to face them. The whispers of Gjallarhorn continued to call, promising further adventures, deeper secrets, and a destiny that was steadily becoming clear. His heart beat with a newfound purpose, a sense of responsibility not just for himself, but for the fragile, wondrous harmony of the cosmos. The trials of Svartalfheim had shaped him, strengthened him, and ultimately revealed his true potential, a gift from the dwarves' broker, his face etched with the wisdom of centuries spent toiling in the heart of the earth, clapped Ivar on the shoulder, a surprisingly gentle gesture from one so seemingly rough-hewn. "You have proven yourself worthy, boy," he rumbled, his voice like the grinding of stones. "You possess a keen eye, a discerning mind, and a heart open to the whispers of the earth. Svartalfheim does not readily share its secrets, but you have earned our trust. Eitri, Brokker's brother, a slightly smaller but no less imposing figure, emerged from the depths of the forge, carrying a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was unassuming in size, no larger than Ivar's hand, but the wood seemed to pulse with a faint inner light, the grain swirling in patterns that resembled constellations. The box felt warm to the touch, radiating a gentle energy that soothed Ivar's nerves. "This," Eitri said, his voice softer than his brother's, yet carrying the same weight of authority, "is a gift from Svartalfheim. It is not a weapon, nor a tool of destruction, but a key to unlocking the deeper mysteries of the 9 realms." He opened the box, revealing a single, perfectly smooth stone, no bigger than a robin's egg. It was an obsidian black, yet within its depths, swirling nebulae of colors seemed to dance. Blues, greens, reds, and golds, all intermingling in a mesmerizing display. Ivar reached out, his fingers tingling as they brushed against its cool surface. "This is a shard of Yggdrasil," Broker explained, his voice hushed with reverence. "A fragment of the world tree itself. It holds within it the echoes of all 9 realms, the memories of ages past, and the whispers of destinies yet to unfold." "But how can a stone hold such power?" Ivar asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The dwarves are masters not only of metal and stone, but of the energies that bind the cosmos," Eitri answered. "We have learned to imbue inanimate objects with the essence of the realms, to capture and channel the power of the earth itself. This shard is more than just a piece of rock. It is a conduit, a lens through which you can perceive the interconnectedness of all creation. The shard will help you navigate the treacherous paths between the realms," Brocker continued. "It will allow you to sense the subtle shifts in cosmic energy, to anticipate dangers, and to find your way even in the darkest of places." But it is more than just a navigational tool, boy. It is a key to understanding. Within its depths lies the knowledge of the past and the potential for shaping the future. Ivar held the obsidian shard, feeling its coolness against his skin, a sense of awe overwhelming him. The swirling colors seemed to shift and change, reflecting his own emotions, mirroring the boundless energy of the 9 realms. It was more than a gift. It was a connection, a link to the very fabric of the universe. The dwarves then revealed the true nature of the gift's power. They explained that the shard wasn't just a passive observer, but a dynamic tool. By focusing his intent and channeling his own inner energy, Ivar could use the shard to interact with the energies of the realms. He could use it to enhance his own abilities, to communicate with beings from other realms, and even to influence the flow of cosmic energy itself. However, they warned him that such power came with responsibility. Misuse could disrupt the delicate balance of the 9 realms, leading to catastrophic consequences. Use this power wisely, boy, Brocker warned, his voice serious. The fate of the 9 realms may rest on your shoulders. The dwarves spent the next few hours instructing Ivar on how to use the shard. They taught him ancient meditation techniques to focus his intent, to harness the energy of the earth, and to channel it through the obsidian shard. They showed him how to interpret the swirling colors within the stone, how to decipher the subtle shifts in energy that hinted at impending dangers or opportunities. They emphasized the importance of balance. Using the shard required not just power, but also a deep respect for the delicate equilibrium of the cosmos. He needed to understand the interconnectedness of the 9 realms and to approach his interactions with the respect and reverence that they demanded. Ivar practiced diligently, his mind clearing as he focused on the shard, feeling the subtle energies flowing through him. He felt a connection to the earth, a sense of belonging he hadn't experienced before. He learned to see the world through the lens of the shard, perceiving the flow of energy, sensing the pulse of the realms. He could almost feel the thrumming of Yggdrasil, the heartbeat of the cosmos itself. He practiced using the shard to enhance his senses, to perceive things beyond the range of his normal vision, to feel the subtle vibrations of the earth. He learned to use it to communicate, sending and receiving mental messages, a silent conversation with the energies of the realms. As the sun began to rise, casting long shadows across the dwarven forge, Ivar felt a newfound confidence. He understood the power of the gift the dwarves had given him, and he accepted the responsibility that came with it. The shard of Yggdrasil was more than just a tool. It was a symbol of his connection to the universe, a testament to his journey, and a key to his destiny. Before leaving Svartalfheim, Ivar bid farewell to Brokkr and Eitri, expressing his gratitude for their wisdom and their trust. He carried the small wooden box containing the shard of Yggdrasil close to his heart, a tangible reminder of his newfound understanding and the powerful responsibility that now rested upon his young shoulders. The journey ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril and mystery, but Ivar was ready. He had the knowledge, the skills, and now a powerful artifact to aid him. The echoes of Gjallarhorn still resonated within him, guiding him forward on his quest, promising further adventures and greater trials that would test his resolve and shape him into the hero he was destined to be. He knew deep in his heart that his journey was far from over. The whispers of the 9 realms continued to call, and he, armed with the gift of the dwarves, was ready to answer. He stepped out of the forge, the morning sun warming his face, his heart filled with a sense of purpose, of belonging, and of the boundless potential that lay ahead. The trials of Svartalfheim were over, but his own personal trials, his destiny, was only just beginning. Journey to the Oracle. The obsidian shard, nestled within its tiny wooden box, pulsed faintly against Ivar's chest. It felt warm, a comforting weight amidst the growing unease in his heart. The dwarf's directions were clear, yet vague. Follow the whispering winds of fate, boy. They will lead you to the oracle of the Whispering Falls. He'd spent days since leaving Svartalfheim, traversing landscapes that shifted and changed, as if the very ground beneath his feet was fluid. One moment, he'd be trudging through a pine forest, carpeted with a thick layer of snow. The next, he'd be climbing a volcanic slope, the air thick with sulfur, and the earth trembling beneath him. The shard, however, remained a constant. Its swirling colors shifted and pulsed, offering subtle guidance. It was a language he was only beginning to understand. A silent conversation conducted through intuition and feeling rather than words. The blues intensified as he approached bodies of water. The reds surged when he encountered areas of high magical energy. The greens suggested growth and life, while the golds hinted at hidden pathways and secret places. His journey took him through the realm of Midgard, the human realm. Although the boundaries between realms seemed ever more fluid, ever more permeable, the closer he got to his destination, he encountered creatures straight from Norse legend, mischievous sprites who played tricks on travelers, their laughter echoing through the silent forests, sly foxes who darted through the undergrowth, their eyes gleaming with an unnerving intelligence, and even a grumpy troll who guarded a narrow mountain pass, his breath smelling of stale cheese and damp earth. The troll, surprisingly, proved less of a threat than expected. Ivar, recalling the dwarves' lessons on harnessing the energy of the earth, channeled a small amount of the shard's power, subtly influencing the troll's mood. He offered the creature a small pouch of dried berries, a simple gesture of respect that appeased the grumpy giant and allowed him safe passage. The landscape grew increasingly wild and untamed as he ventured further into the unknown. He crossed rushing rivers on precarious bridges made of moss-covered rope, scaled sheer cliffs with the aid of surprisingly sturdy mountain goats, and navigated through dense forests so dark it seemed as though the very trees were trying to swallow him whole. He often found himself walking along paths that seemed to appear and disappear as quickly as they manifested, leading him through twisting tunnels and over hidden ravines. Each challenge, each obstacle strengthened him both physically and spiritually. The shard became his guide, his protector, and his teacher. It helped him decipher hidden trails, sense impending dangers, and communicate with the spirits of nature, receiving whispers of warnings and encouragement from ancient trees and whispering waterfalls. He learned to trust his instincts, honed by his experiences and the subtle guidance of the shard. He learned to read the subtle shifts in the air, to feel the pulse of the earth, and anticipate changes in the landscape. One time, as he was traversing a narrow ledge along a steep cliff, the shard pulsed violently, the reds and blacks dominating its swirling colors. He instinctively stopped, just as a rock slide thundered down the mountainside, missing him by mere inches. His journey wasn't just physical, it was a journey of self-discovery. He wrestled with his own doubts, his fears, and his insecurities. He questioned his purpose, his destiny, and his ability to fulfill the prophecies that seemed to follow him like a persistent shadow. But with each hurdle overcome, each challenge conquered, his confidence grew stronger. He learned to trust in himself, in his abilities, and in the power of the shard. The Whispering Falls, when he finally arrived, were anything but subtle. A torrent of water cascaded down a cliff face, plunging into a misty pool below, the sound deafening yet strangely serene. The air around the falls hummed with an intense, magical energy, the very air alive with the essence of the nine realms. The spray from the falls created rainbows that danced in the sunlight, their shifting colors mirroring the energies of the shard. He found the oracle not as a person, but as a swirling vortex of mist and water nestled behind the falls. It pulsed with light, its glow emanating from the pool beneath the cascading water. The whispers of the falls were not just sounds, they were ancient voices telling stories of ages past, secrets of the gods, and prophecies of the future. He approached cautiously, his heart pounding with anticipation, fear, and an almost overwhelming sense of awe. He presented the obsidian shard to the oracle, holding it out, allowing the light from the vortex to fall upon the stone. The shard resonated strongly, its colors intensified, pulsing in time with the rhythms of the falls. The swirling mist of the oracle reached out, not with hands, but with tendrils of energy, enveloping the shard and Ivar himself. The visions that followed were fragmented, chaotic, yet strangely coherent. He saw glimpses of his past, memories that were not his own, yet felt intimately familiar. Visions of a proud warrior, a powerful sorceress, and a wise old seer, their faces partially obscured, their identities hidden behind a veil of mist. These were his ancestors. He realized their lives entwined with the destinies of the nine realms. He saw visions of the future too, battles fought, alliances forged, betrayals committed. He saw himself at the heart of it all, a pivotal figure, yet his role remained unclear, a puzzle with many pieces yet to be discovered. The visions culminated in a single, clear image, a battle at the end of times, Ragnarok itself. He saw himself standing amidst the chaos, holding the shard aloft, its power illuminating his path through the darkness. The visions faded, leaving Ivar breathless, his mind reeling from the weight of the revelations. The oracle, its purpose fulfilled, dissolved back into the mist and water, leaving behind only the echoing whispers of the falls and the unwavering pulse of the shard in his hand. His journey to the oracle had given him answers, but also more questions. His heritage was intertwined with the very fabric of the nine realms, and his destiny, he knew, was far from simple. Ragnarok loomed on the horizon, and he was destined to play a significant role. His task was clear. He had to prepare to gather allies and to learn to fully utilize the power of the shard. The whispers of Gjallarhorn still guided him, its song a constant reminder of his purpose, a beacon in the oncoming storm. His journey to the oracle was over, but his true journey, his destiny, was only just beginning. The echoes of the whispering falls and the secrets of his heritage were now ingrained in his very being, shaping him into the warrior, the hero he was destined to be. The road ahead remained long and dangerous, filled with challenges beyond comprehension. But Ivar, armed with the shard, the knowledge, and the growing strength within him, would not back down. The fate of the 9 realms rested on his shoulders, and he was ready to face whatever came next. The oracles, revelation. The obsidian shard throbbed against Ivar's chest, a counterpoint to the rhythmic pounding of his own heart. The visions from the oracle were still swirling in his mind, a kaleidoscope of fragmented images and half-understood prophecies. He saw flashes of battles, fiery clashes between gods and giants, the earth groaning under the weight of their conflict. He saw fleeting glimpses of ethereal beings, their forms shifting and elusive, their intentions as unclear as their appearances. And then, most powerfully, he saw himself, not the boy he was now, but a warrior, strong and resolute, wielding the obsidian shard with a skill born of years of training and experience. But the visions were not merely glimpses of future battles. They were also glimpses into his past, a history he hadn't known existed. He saw a woman, her face obscured by shadow, yet her eyes blazed with fierce intelligence and unyielding power. A sorceress, he sensed, capable of bending the very elements to her will. He saw a man, his back to the vision, a warrior adorned with intricate runes, his posture radiating strength and unwavering determination. He felt a deep connection to them, a familial link that resonated deep within his soul, whispering of a legacy stretching back through generations, a lineage entwined with the very fate of the 9 realms. The prophecy the oracle had revealed was not a simple prediction of events to come. It was a tapestry woven from threads of destiny, chance, and the choices he would make. It was a story that was yet to be written, a narrative in which he, Ivar, was the central character. His role was not merely to witness the coming conflict, but to actively shape it, to guide the course of events towards a yet unknown resolution. The weight of this revelation settled heavily upon his shoulders. He was no longer just a boy from a small village, captivated by the echoes of Gjallarhorn. He was a key player in the unfolding drama of the Nine Realms, a pivotal figure in the upcoming battle for survival. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. He left the Whispering Falls, the echoing water a lullaby to the chaos in his mind. The shard, now radiating a warm, comforting energy, pulsed gently in his hand, a tangible link to the power he felt surging within him. The journey back towards civilization felt different, the landscape imbued with a new meaning. The trees whispered secrets, the wind carried prophecies, and the very earth seemed to vibrate with the approaching conflict. He reached the borders of Midgard, the human realm, and found himself drawn to the bustling city of Uppsala. It was a vibrant hub of activity, a melting pot of cultures and beliefs, a place where the threads of prophecy could be unraveled. He sought out the elders, the scholars, the storytellers, searching for fragments of knowledge that might illuminate the shrouded parts of his visions. The ancient text revealed more about his ancestors, each a figure of legend in their own right. The warrior he discovered was known as Bjorn the Bold, a protector of the realms, renowned for his courage and unwavering loyalty. The sorceress, Freya's Whisper, was a master of the elements, her magic said to rival that of the Aesir themselves, and the seer, known only as the Raven's Eye, was said to possess an uncanny ability to glimpse the future, his prophecies shrouded in cryptic riddles and enigmatic symbols. He learned that the obsidian shard, the relic he carried, was a family heirloom, passed down through generations, each custodian entrusted with protecting its power and wielding its magic to safeguard the Nine Realms. The shard wasn't merely a guide, it was a key, a conduit to a power that resided within himself, a power dormant but waiting to be awakened. As he delved deeper into his ancestral history, he uncovered prophecies that resonated with the visions from the oracle. He discovered prophecies that spoke of a great darkness descending upon the Nine Realms, a threat so immense that only the combined power of all the realms could hope to stand against it. He learned of alliances, betrayals, and sacrifices that would need to be made in the coming conflict. Sacrifices that would test his courage, his morality, and his very soul. The knowledge he gained, however, was far from complete. Many passages in the ancient texts were fragmented, obscured by age and decay, their meanings lost to time. Some prophecies were shrouded in riddles, their true interpretations hidden behind layers of symbolism and allegory. He had a tapestry of understanding, but not the full picture. Uppsala also offered him allies. He met seasoned warriors, skilled mages, and wise shamans, each with unique abilities and knowledge that could aid him in the battle to come. He discovered that many, in their own ways, had also sensed the coming conflict. They felt the ominous shift in the balance of power between the realms. The stories of unusual occurrences, strange omens, and shifting landscapes were becoming more frequent, a silent warning of the impending chaos. But forging alliances proved more complex than he initially imagined. Old grudges, bitter rivalries, and conflicting agendas stood in his way. He had to navigate a complex web of political intrigue, where alliances were fragile, loyalties could be bought and sold, and betrayal lurked around every corner. He had to earn their trust, not just through his ancestral lineage, but through his own actions, his courage, and his unwavering commitment to the cause. He spent months traveling between the realms, building bridges between previously hostile factions, brokering truces between warring clans, and forging bonds that would hold when the time for battle came. The obsidian shard served as a beacon, its pulsating energy a symbol of hope, a reminder of the shared destiny that linked them together. With each successful alliance, he felt his own power growing, not just the magical power of the shard, but the strength that came from uniting diverse peoples under a common banner. He discovered that the prophecies were not fixed. They were fluid, their outcome dependent upon the choices made, the alliances forged, and the actions taken. He was not just a pawn in a preordained game, but a player with the agency to shape the unfolding story. His choices would determine the future of the Nine Realms. As Ragnarok approached, its shadow looming large across the land, Ivar stood poised, ready to face the greatest challenge of his life. He was not just the inheritor of a legendary lineage. He was the architect of his own destiny, the guardian of the Nine Realms, the one chosen to stand against the coming darkness. He knew the road ahead would be fraught with peril, but armed with the power of the obsidian shard, the wisdom of his ancestors, and the loyalty of his allies. He was ready to face the ultimate test, the fate of the 9 realms, and perhaps all of existence rested on his shoulders. He was ready, understanding his heritage. The whispers in Uppsala's ancient libraries spoke of more than Bjorn the Bold and Freya's whisper. They spoke of a lineage stretching back to the dawn of time, to a figure shrouded in myth and legend, a being known only as the first seer, a progenitor of both the sorceress and the warrior, a figure whose power transcended the boundaries of the 9 realms. The texts, brittle with age, spoke of the first seer's ability to manipulate the very fabric of reality, to weave destiny itself with threads of magic and foresight. The obsidian shard, Ivar learned, was not merely a conduit of power, it was a fragment of the first seer's essence, a tangible link to a power so immense, so ancient, that it dwarfed even the might of Odin himself. This revelation sent a shiver down Ivar's spine. He was not just connected to legendary figures. He was connected to the very source of magic, the primordial wellspring of power that flowed through the 9 realms. He felt a kinship with this enigmatic ancestor, a resonance that resonated deeper than blood, a connection that transcended the limitations of time and space. It was as if the first seer's wisdom flowed into him, a silent torrent of knowledge and understanding. The ancient texts described the first seer's mastery of runes, not merely as symbols of power, but as living conduits of energy capable of shaping reality. Ivar, already familiar with the basic runes from his village's elder, now found himself drawn to their deeper meanings, their intricate geometries, revealing secrets of the universe. He discovered ancient incantations, whispered prayers, and forgotten rituals, each designed to unlock specific aspects of the shard's power. He spent countless hours studying these texts, painstakingly deciphering their cryptic messages, his understanding growing with each passing day. His studies weren't merely academic, they were a transformative journey, a spiritual awakening. He discovered that the obsidian shard wasn't just a tool, it was an extension of himself, a manifestation of the first seer's legacy. He learned to feel its energy pulsating within him, a silent dialogue between the ancient power and his own burgeoning abilities. He discovered he could channel this energy, focusing it to enhance his senses, sharpening his perception of the world around him, the subtle shifts in the wind, the whispers of the trees, the unspoken anxieties of those he met. His growing mastery of the shard wasn't without its challenges. The power surged within him, sometimes overwhelming, testing his control, threatening to consume him. He spent nights battling against the raw, untamed energy, pushing himself to the limits of his endurance, learning to harness its formidable strength. He learned to balance the shard's energy with his own, finding a harmony between the ancient magic and his mortal essence. This process was far from simple. It involved intense meditation, rigorous physical training, and an unwavering focus on controlling the powerful, chaotic energies flowing through him. His enhanced senses helped unravel some of the more enigmatic prophecies. He began to decipher the cryptic riddles, understanding the subtle nuances of language, the symbolism woven into the ancient texts. He discovered hidden layers of meaning, unlocking secrets that had been veiled for centuries. His interpretations weren't always straightforward. They often involved a careful interplay of intuition and intellect, a synthesis of ancient wisdom and modern understanding. The more he learned, the more he realized the scope of the impending threat. Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, was no mere myth. It was a looming reality, a cataclysmic event poised to engulf the 9 realms. He saw visions of monstrous creatures emerging from the depths of hell, armies of giants marching across the frozen wastes of Jotunheim, and a darkness spreading across Midgard, threatening to extinguish the light of the gods. But the prophecies didn't only foretell destruction, they also spoke of hope, of a glimmer of light piercing through the encroaching darkness. They spoke of alliances formed between previously warring factions, of sacrifices made to protect the innocent, of courageous individuals standing against impossible odds. Ivar realized that his role wasn't simply to survive. It was to lead, to inspire, to unite the 9 realms against a common enemy. His journey led him to the hidden valleys of Alfheim, where he sought the counsel of the Light Elves, masters of healing and illusion. Their wisdom helped him understand the subtle energies that flowed through the land, the interconnectedness of all living things. He traveled to the fiery depths of Muspelheim, where he faced the challenges of the fire giants, earning their begrudging respect through his courage and determination. His travels were dangerous, full of tests of his courage, his cunning, and his ability to master the shard's power. In each realm, Ivar found allies, not through brute force or intimidation, but through understanding and empathy, he learned to listen, to appreciate the unique perspectives of each realm, bridging cultural divides, forging bonds of trust and loyalty. He found that the prophecies were not set in stone. They were influenced by choices, by actions, by the decisions he made. His destiny was not predetermined. It was being shaped by him in each moment, in each interaction. The closer he got to understanding his heritage, the more he understood his purpose. He wasn't just Ivar, a boy from a small village. He was the descendant of the first seer, a direct link to a power that could sway the balance of the 9 realms. He was the key to unlocking the full potential of the obsidian shard, the power to unite the realms against the encroaching darkness of Ragnarok. The weight of this responsibility was immense, but it was also empowering. He was not a victim of fate, he was its master. He stood at the precipice, the looming shadow of Ragnarok, casting its long reach across the land. But Ivar was not afraid. He had faced challenges, overcome obstacles, and forged alliances across the realms. He carried the wisdom of his ancestors, the power of the obsidian shard, and the unwavering loyalty of his friends and allies. He knew the battle would be fierce, the sacrifices great, but he was ready. He was not just the inheritor of a prophecy, he was its architect. The fate of the 9 realms rested on his shoulders, and he was ready to shoulder the burden. The echoes of Gjallarhorn, once a distant mystery, now resonated deep within his soul, a clarion call to destiny, a song of courage, and a promise of a future shaped not by the gods, but by the choices of a young man who dared to stand against the inevitable. The weight of destiny. The revelation hung heavy in the air, a palpable weight pressing down on Ivar's shoulders. The obsidian shard, once a fascinating curiosity, now pulsed with a power that mirrored the turmoil within him. He was not merely connected to the legendary figures of Norse mythology. He was their inheritor, their legacy woven into the very fabric of his being. The echoes of Gjallarhorn, once a distant, enchanting sound, now resonated within his very bones, a constant reminder of the immense responsibility that rested upon him. Excitement thrummed through him, a wild, untamed energy that mirrored the shard's chaotic power. The prospect of wielding such immense magic, of shaping destiny itself, was intoxicating. He could almost taste the thrill of victory, the satisfaction of defying the prophecies, of rewriting the narrative of Ragnarok. He envisioned himself standing tall amidst the chaos, guiding the 9 realms towards a future free from the looming shadow of destruction. He saw himself as a hero, a savior, a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the brink of annihilation. But beneath the exhilaration, a chilling fear gnawed at his soul. The weight of his destiny felt crushing, a burden far too heavy for a young man barely out of boyhood. The prophecies spoke of catastrophic events, of unimaginable destruction, of the death of gods. The visions he'd glimpsed in his heightened state, fueled by the shard, were not mere fantasies. They were terrifying glimpses into a potential future, a future where the 9 realms were consumed by fire and ice, where the very fabric of existence unraveled. He wasn't just playing a game, he was fighting for the survival of everything he knew, everything he loved. The responsibility pressed down on him, a crushing weight that threatened to suffocate him. He was no longer just Ivar, a simple boy from a village nestled beneath the aurora borealis. He was the descendant of the first seer, the inheritor of an ancient power, the key to preventing the apocalyptic event of Ragnarok. The sheer scope of his task was overwhelming. He was tasked with uniting warring factions, facing down monstrous creatures, and defying the will of fate itself. The burden felt insurmountable, a crushing weight that threatened to break him. He spent sleepless nights wrestling with this internal conflict, the clash of excitement and terror echoing the chaotic energy of the obsidian shard within him. He paced his small room, the ancient runes carved into the walls seeming to mock his uncertainty. He would close his eyes, trying to visualize the battles to come, the sacrifices that would be needed, the immense losses that were likely inevitable. The images were vivid, brutal, and filled with a despair that threatened to swallow him whole. He sought solace in the ancient texts, hoping to find answers, to decipher some hidden message that would guide him, that would ease the burden on his shoulders. But the prophecies remained cryptic, their meaning shrouded in layers of symbolism and allegory. He pored over the runes, seeking guidance in their intricate patterns, their ancient wisdom, but they offered only fragments of truth, tantalizing glimpses into a future he could barely comprehend. He found himself questioning his own capabilities. Was he truly worthy of this burden? Did he possess the strength, the wisdom, the courage to face the challenges that lay ahead? Doubt crept into his mind, an insidious whisper that threatened to undermine his resolve. He was just a boy after all, a boy who had once dreamed of simple things, of becoming a skilled hunter, of marrying a beautiful maiden, of living a peaceful life in his quiet village. Now, his destiny was far grander, far more perilous, and the weight of it threatened to crush him. Yet, amidst the fear and doubt, a spark of determination ignited within him. He had come too far, learned too much, to succumb to despair. The whispers of doubt were countered by the strength he had gained, the allies he had made, the knowledge he had accumulated. He thought of the light elves of Alfheim, their gentle wisdom, and their unwavering belief in his potential. He remembered the fire giants of Muspelheim, their initial suspicion dissolving into grudging respect for his courage and resilience. He thought of the myriad lives that depended on him, the future of the 9 realms hanging in the balance. He realized that his strength lay not just in his mastery of the obsidian shard, but in his ability to connect with others, to forge alliances, to inspire hope. The prophecies were not set in stone. They were a roadmap, a suggestion, but not a predetermined fate. His choices, his actions, would shape the course of events, would determine the future of the 9 realms. He was not a pawn of destiny. He was its player. The weight remained, a constant reminder of the task ahead. But it no longer felt crushing. It was a weight of responsibility, yes, but also a weight of purpose, a weight of power. He understood that facing Ragnarok would not be easy. It would demand sacrifice, courage, and unwavering resolve. But he was ready. He had found his footing, his balance between the chaotic power of the shard and the strength of his own heart. He was not just the descendant of a seer. He was a seer in his own right, capable of shaping his own destiny and influencing the fate of the 9 realms. His journey was far from over. The path ahead remained shrouded in mystery, filled with untold dangers and unexpected challenges, but he would face them with a newfound clarity, a fierce determination, and a deep understanding of the weight of his destiny. He was Ivar, descendant of the first seer, and he would not fail. The echoes of Gjallarhorn continued to resonate within him, not as a call to fear, but as a song of defiance, a testament to his resilience, and a promise that, together with his newfound allies, he would face the coming storm. He would face Ragnarok, not as a victim of prophecy, but as its master. His heart, once filled with trepidation, now beat with a steady rhythm, a drumbeat of courage and unwavering resolve. The weight of destiny, once a crippling burden, now felt like a mantle of strength, empowering him to face whatever lay ahead. The future was uncertain, but he was ready. He was ready to write his own legend, preparing for the final confrontation. The obsidian shard, warm against his skin, pulsed with a low, rhythmic thrum. It was a comforting sensation now, a familiar hum that resonated with the newfound strength within him. He no longer saw it as a chaotic force, but as a tool, a powerful instrument that he was learning to wield with increasing precision. He had spent the preceding days poring over ancient texts, deciphering cryptic runes, and meditating on the visions that had flooded his mind. The prophecies, once terrifying and incomprehensible, were beginning to reveal their secrets, painting a clearer picture of the looming threat and the path to its defeat. His understanding of the 9 realms had deepened significantly. He was no longer just a boy from a village beneath the aurora. He was a bridge between worlds, a conduit of power that connected the mortal and the divine. He'd learned to draw strength from the earth, the fire, the air, and the ice, harnessing their elemental forces to fuel his own abilities. He could sense subtle shifts in the cosmic balance, feel the tremors in the fabric of reality. As the darkness encroached, he sought out his allies, the unlikely companions who had pledged their loyalty to his cause. The light elves of Alfheim, with their innate wisdom and magical prowess, were vital in deciphering the more esoteric aspects of the prophecies. Their delicate hands, accustomed to weaving spells of protection and healing, now worked tirelessly, crafting enchanted amulets and potent potions designed to bolster his defenses against the coming onslaught. Lyra, the Elf Queen's youngest daughter, with her keen intellect and uncanny ability to sense subtle shifts in magical energies, had become invaluable in identifying potential threats and guiding him through treacherous landscapes. Her unwavering faith in his abilities instilled a confidence that he hadn't realized he lacked. The fire giants of Muspelheim, initially wary and distrustful, now regarded him with grudging respect. Their immense strength and fiery temperaments, tempered by a surprising depth of wisdom passed down through generations, provided the brute force necessary to confront the physical threats that lay ahead. Bor, the son of the chieftain, though still skeptical of the prophecies and their implications, had pledged his loyalty to Ivar based on mutual respect. His loyalty was not blind faith, but respect for Ivar's actions and his unwavering determination. Bor's strength was undeniable, his unwavering loyalty a beacon of hope in the darkness. His fiery temper was controlled, his respect for Ivar's leadership growing stronger with each passing day. The giants, with their inherent connection to the fiery heart of the 9 realms, were instrumental in forging weapons and armor imbued with unimaginable power, preparing for the battles to come. Even the dwarves of Nidavellir, masters of craftsmanship and ancient lore, had offered their assistance. Their deep understanding of runes and their skill in creating potent artifacts proved invaluable. Broker, the most skilled among them, had painstakingly crafted a shield of impenetrable obsidian, reinforced with runes of protection that could withstand the attacks of even the most formidable foes. He'd also fashioned a spear, imbued with the power of lightning, that resonated with the energy of the obsidian shard. This spear, a symbol of Ivar's growing mastery over his own abilities, felt like an extension of his own will. Ivar's preparation extended beyond the material realm. He spent countless hours honing his own abilities, pushing himself to his limits, drawing strength from the power that flowed through him. He practiced manipulating the elemental forces, learning to weave them into shields of protection and weapons of destruction. He delved deeper into the ancient runes, deciphering their cryptic meaning, understanding the intricate web of connections that linked the 9 realms. He meditated, seeking guidance from the spirits of his ancestors, seeking clarity in the chaos, and finding strength in their wisdom. He had learned that strength did not come just from physical prowess, but also from internal peace and understanding. He also invested time in forging stronger bonds with his allies. He understood that a united front, a shared purpose, was the only way to stand against the formidable threat. He organized training sessions, fostering teamwork and camaraderie. He shared his visions, his fears, and his hopes, fostering a sense of trust and mutual understanding that would be essential during the upcoming conflict. He learned the importance of communication, realizing that the strength of an army is not measured in numbers, but in the unity of its purpose. The knowledge he'd gained during his journey had transformed him. He was no longer the naive boy who had been captivated by the echoes of Gjallarhorn. He was a leader, a warrior, a seer, a boy who had become a man tempered by the trials he had faced, empowered by the allies he had found, he was ready to confront the darkness that threatened to consume the 9 realms, not with fear, but with unwavering resolve. The final confrontation was not a singular event, but a series of challenges, a crucible that would test his strength, his courage, and his wisdom. He knew that victory would not be easily won. He had witnessed the horrifying power of the looming threat in his visions, the destruction and despair that would follow in its wake. But he had also witnessed the resilience of the 9 realms, the strength of their inhabitants, the potential for hope that flickered even in the darkest of times. He knew that the fate of the 9 realms rested on his shoulders, and he would not fail them. As he stood on the precipice of the final confrontation, the obsidian shard pulsed with renewed energy, echoing the steady beat of his own heart. He felt the weight of his destiny, not as a burden, but as a source of strength. He was ready to face the storm, to meet the darkness, to fight for the survival of everything he held dear. He was Ivar, descendant of the first seer, and he would not falter. The echoes of Gjallarhorn rang in his ears, not as a warning, but as a call to arms. The battle for the 9 realms was about to begin, and he would lead the charge. He looked toward the horizon, a steely glint in his eyes. The journey had been arduous, full of hardship and uncertainty, but now, standing on the threshold of battle, the way forward was clear. He would write his own legend. He would save his world, and his heart, once heavy with fear and doubt, now beat with the resolute rhythm of a warrior's drum. The time for preparation was over. The time for action had come. The final showdown. The air crackled with anticipation, the very ground trembling beneath the weight of the impending conflict. Before Ivar stood the obsidian citadel, a fortress of jagged black rock that seemed to claw at the sky, a monument to the encroaching darkness. It pulsed with a malevolent energy, a heart of corruption beating at the very core of the 9 realms. From its shadowed ramparts, legions of shadowy creatures emerged, their forms shifting and swirling, their eyes burning with an unholy light. This was no mere army. It was a tide of darkness, a manifestation of chaos itself. Ivar, at the head of his assembled allies, felt no fear, only a steely resolve. Beside him stood Lyra, her eyes reflecting the ethereal glow of her enchanted amulet, a beacon of hope in the encroaching gloom. Bor, the fire giant, roared a challenge, his voice a weapon in itself. echoing across the battlefield. The light elves, their faces serene yet determined, chanted ancient incantations, weaving a protective shield around their ranks. The dwarves, their faces grim, stood ready, their axes gleaming under the oppressive sky. The combined force of the 9 realms stood united, a testament to the power of unity and shared purpose. The battle commenced with a ferocity that dwarfed any Ivar had witnessed before. The air filled with the clang of steel, the roar of flames, and the screams of the fallen. Ivar, wielding his lightning-imbued spear, moved like a phantom amidst the chaos, his movements fluid and precise. Each strike was imbued with the power of the elements, a testament to his mastery over the forces of nature. He channeled the earth's strength, his blow shattering the bones of the monstrous creatures that opposed him. He summoned the fury of the fire giants, his spear spitting bolts of incandescent energy that incinerated swathes of the enemy. He weaved the air's agility into his movements, dodging attacks that would have felled lesser warriors. He harnessed the ice's resilience, his shield a fortress against the enemy's onslaught. Lyra, meanwhile, worked tirelessly, her magic weaving spells of protection and healing, bolstering her allies and hindering the enemy. Her spells danced around the battlefield, deflecting blows and mending wounds. Her presence was as vital as Ivar's. Her magic, the lifeblood of their defense, bore a whirlwind of fire and fury, raged through the enemy ranks, his colossal frame a wall of muscle and incandescent rage. He smashed through the enemy lines, creating pathways for Ivar and his allies to advance. The dwarves, utilizing their expertise in crafting deadly weapons, proved incredibly effective. Their meticulously forged axes carved through the enemy's ranks, cleaving flesh and bone with deadly precision. The battle raged for what felt like an eternity, a brutal dance of death and survival. Ivar fought with a ferocity born of desperation and determination. He knew that the fate of the 9 realms hung in the balance, and he would not yield. He pushed himself beyond his limits, drawing upon reserves of strength he never knew he possessed. He fought not merely to survive, but to prevail, to restore balance to the realms. The tide of the battle began to turn, not through sheer numbers or brute force, but through strategy and unity. Ivar, guided by Lyra's keen insights and the wisdom of the elders, began to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. He led his forces in a coordinated assault, targeting the leaders of the shadowy creatures, disrupting their command structure and breaking their ranks. The obsidian shard, nestled against his chest, pulsed with increasing intensity, amplifying his abilities and channeling the combined energy of his allies. As the battle reached its climax, Ivar found himself face to face with the leader of the darkness, a monstrous entity of pure shadow, its form shifting and amorphous. This was the source of the corruption, the heart of the chaos that threatened to consume the 9 realms. Its power was immense, its presence suffocating. The entity unleashed a wave of dark energy, a torrent of pure annihilation that threatened to overwhelm Ivar and his allies. But Ivar was ready. He had learned the secrets of the runes, understood the intricate web that connected the 9 realms, and mastered the power of the obsidian shard. He channeled all his strength, drawing upon the power of the earth, fire, air, and ice, all the elements he had learned to control. His spear crackled with lightning. His shield shone with the light of 1,000 suns. He stood firm, unwavering, as the dark energy crashed against him. The ground shook. The very fabric of reality seemed to tear. But Ivar held. He focused his will, his determination fueled by the hope of his allies, the fate of the 9 realms, and the memories of his ancestors. With a roar that echoed across the battlefield, Ivar unleashed the full power of the obsidian shard. A blinding light erupted, pushing back the darkness, engulfing the monstrous entity in a wave of pure energy. The air crackled, the ground trembled, and then silence. The monstrous entity was gone, its power dissipated, its malevolent energy extinguished. The darkness receded, leaving behind a world battered but not broken. The victory was hard won, the cost immense. Many had fallen, their sacrifice a testament to their courage and unwavering loyalty. But the 9 realms were safe, the balance restored. Ivar, exhausted but triumphant, stood amidst his allies, the obsidian shard glowing faintly against his chest. He had faced the ultimate threat, drawn upon all his skills and knowledge, and emerged victorious. He had proven himself worthy of his destiny, a leader, a warrior, a seer. He had saved his world as the sun began to rise, casting its golden rays upon the ravaged battlefield. Ivar looked out at his allies. Their faces, though weary, were filled with a sense of profound relief and shared accomplishment. They had faced the impossible and emerged victorious. The echoes of Gjallarhorn resonated in the air, not as a warning, but as a celebration of their triumph. The battle for the 9 realms was over, and a new era of peace had begun. The boy from the village beneath the aurora borealis had become a legend, his name forever etched into the annals of Norse mythology. He had saved the 9 realms, and in doing so, he had discovered the true extent of his own power and the strength of his own heart. The journey had been long and arduous, but the final victory tasted sweeter than he could have ever imagined. The future was uncertain, yet filled with the promise of a new dawn. A dawn he had helped create. His legend had been written, and it was only the beginning. Using the dwarves' gift. The dwarves' gift, a seemingly simple pouch of shimmering, obsidian-like dust, lay heavy in Ivar's hand. It pulsed with a faint warmth, a subtle hum resonating deep within its seemingly inert mass. He'd received it from Borin, the oldest and wisest of the dwarven smiths, a gift bestowed not with fanfare, but with a grave nod and a cryptic warning. Use it wisely, young Ivar. Its power is as great as its potential for destruction. The battle still raged, a maelstrom of clashing steel and supernatural energies. The tide, despite their initial successes, was turning against them. The shadowy creatures, initially disorganized, had begun to coordinate their attacks, their movements synchronized with an unsettling precision. Their leader, a hulking behemoth of pure darkness, directed their assault with chilling efficiency, its mere presence sapping the strength and morale of Ivar's allies. Lyra's healing spells, once a beacon of hope, were barely keeping pace with the relentless onslaught. Bor, even with his immense strength, was beginning to tire, his fiery attacks less potent, his roars less ferocious. The light elves' protective shield faltered, cracks appearing in its ethereal surface. Even the dwarves, renowned for their resilience, showed signs of strain. Ivar knew he had to act, and act quickly. He couldn't rely solely on brute force. He needed strategy, a way to leverage the dwarves' gift to turn the tide. He looked at the obsidian dust, its warmth intensifying, mirroring the rising panic in his heart. He recalled Borin's instructions, a fleeting image of the dwarf pointing towards the obsidian citadel, its shadowed ramparts menacing. An idea sparked in his mind, a desperate gamble He remembered the intricate network of tunnels and caverns beneath the citadel, a subterranean labyrinth known only to the dwarves. He recalled tales of ancient runes etched into the very rock, runes that could amplify magical energies, drawing power from the earth itself. He reasoned that the dwarves' dust, with its inherent magical properties, could be used to enhance these runes, to create a powerful energy conduit capable of overwhelming the dark entity and its minions. He called a hasty council with Lyra and several of the dwarven elders. He explained his plan, the risk inherent in it, the slim chance of success. Lyra, despite her initial reservations, recognized the brilliance of the strategy. The dwarves, their faces grim, nodded in agreement. They understood the potential of the plan, the desperate need for a decisive strike. With the dwarves leading the way, Ivar and Lyra infiltrated the subterranean labyrinth. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and ancient stone. The flickering light of their torches cast long dancing shadows, emphasizing the claustrophobic nature of the tunnels. The silence, broken only by the drip of water and the occasional groan of the earth, was far more terrifying than the roar of battle above. Along the walls, ancient runes glowed faintly, their power muted by the passage of time. Using their knowledge of the labyrinth, the dwarves led them to the heart of the citadel's foundation, a cavern of immense size, where the most powerful runes were concentrated. Ivar, guided by Lyra's magical senses, carefully sprinkled the obsidian dust along the ancient glyphs. As the dust touched the runes, a surge of energy pulsed through the cavern, causing the runes to glow with an intense, vibrant light. The air crackled, the ground trembled, and the cavern filled with a palpable hum. The combined power of the dwarven craftsmanship and the ancient runes, amplified by the obsidian dust, created an immense wellspring of magical energy. The moment they completed the ritual, a wave of power surged through the cavern and up to the battle above. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. The shadowy creatures, caught in the wave of amplified energy, recoiled in pain, their forms flickering and distorting. Their attacks faltered, their synchronized movements dissolving into chaotic flailing. The dark entity, its power source disrupted, roared in fury, its form wavering, its shadowy tendrils momentarily retreating. This wasn't merely a diversion, it was a strategic weakening of their enemy, a turning point in the battle. Seizing the opportunity, Ivar and his allies launched a coordinated assault. boar, re-energized by the surge of magic, stormed through the enemy ranks, his fiery attacks now potent enough to incinerate entire squads of the shadowy beings. The light elves, their protective shield restored to its former glory, used their magic to direct the flow of energy from the cavern, enhancing their allies' attacks and weakening the enemy further. The dwarves, relentless and disciplined, carved through the thinning ranks of the shadowy creatures, their axes flashing with deadly precision. Ivar, leading the charge, fought with the fury of a cornered wolf, his spear imbued with the power of the amplified earth magic. His strikes were devastatingly accurate, each blow shattering the shadowy forms with ease. He moved with a newfound agility, his movements fluid and graceful, his eyes fixed on the weakened, dark entity. The final confrontation was brutal, but short. With the support of his allies, Ivar faced the dark entity, its power significantly diminished, but still formidable. He channeled the energy surging from the runes, amplified by the obsidian dust, into his spear. The spear blazed with an incandescent light, a weapon of immense power. With a final, desperate lunge, he thrust his spear into the heart of the entity. The entity let out one final, ear-splitting scream, its form dissolving into nothingness as its power dissipated. The battle was over. The shadowy creatures, leaderless and weakened, scattered, their malevolent energy dissolving into the earth. The victory was hard fought, and the cost was immense, but they had won. The balance of the 9 realms was restored thanks to the ingenuity of Ivar, the unwavering loyalty of his allies, and the strategic use of the dwarves' seemingly simple gift. The echoes of Gjallarhorn resonated through the air, a song of triumph, a testament to their courage, resilience, and the power of unity. The boy from the village beneath the aurora borealis had not only survived, but he had become a beacon of hope, a symbol of strength, and a leader worthy of his destiny. The journey was far from over, but this victory was a crucial step toward a brighter future for the 9 realms, future secured by the combined might of gods, giants, elves, and dwarves, all united under the banner of a young hero who knew how to listen, learn, and leverage the gifts offered to him. The 9 realms restored. The aftermath was a scene of quiet devastation, a stark contrast to the furious battle that had just concluded. The cavern, once humming with amplified magic, now echoed with the silence of exhaustion. The air, thick with the scent of ozone and pulverized earth, hung heavy in their lungs. Lyra, her face pale but resolute, moved amongst the fallen, tending to the wounded. The dwarves, their faces grimy and etched with weariness, began the grim task of clearing the debris, their movements methodical and efficient. Bor, his usually fiery beard singed and blackened, sat heavily against a rock, his powerful frame momentarily subdued. Even the light elves, usually radiating an aura of ethereal grace, displayed signs of strain, their shimmering forms slightly dimmed. Ivar, however, stood apart, his gaze fixed on the gaping hole in the earth where the dark entity had vanished. He felt a profound sense of emptiness, a hollow ache that resonated deeper than the physical weariness in his limbs. The victory was undeniable, a hard-won triumph, yet it left him with a lingering unease. He had faced a powerful entity of pure darkness and emerged victorious. But the source of that darkness, the root of the imbalance that had threatened the 9 realms, remained elusive. He had restored balance, but had he truly solved the problem? A quiet voice broke through his reverie. It was Ilara, one of the light elves, her voice soft yet clear amidst the post-battle stillness. The echoes of Gjallarhorn. They seem different now, she observed, her eyes wide with wonder. They carry a new note, a note of hope, of restoration. Ivar closed his eyes, listening. He had been so focused on the immediate threat, on the battle at hand, that he hadn't fully registered the subtle shifts in the magical currents. Now, as the dust settled, both literally and metaphorically, he felt it, a subtle shift in the energy that bound the 9 realms together. The chaotic currents, the discordant vibrations that had characterized the recent unrest were fading. They were being replaced by a smoother flow, a more harmonious rhythm. The obsidian dust, still faintly glowing in his hand, pulsed with a gentle warmth. It no longer held the urgency, the frantic energy it had possessed during the battle. It felt settled, peaceful, as if it had fulfilled its purpose. The power it had unleashed had not only repelled the darkness, but had also acted as a catalyst, realigning the energies of the 9 realms, restoring their natural balance. Lyra approached, her movements cautious yet purposeful. The runes, they've changed, she whispered, her eyes fixed on the ancient glyphs that now glowed with a subdued, steady light. They are no longer merely conduits of power. They are now anchors, points of stability within the fabric of the realms. The dwarves confirmed her assessment, their gruff voices filled with a sense of awe. The ancient runes, awakened by the obsidian dust, had not only amplified the existing magic, but had also imprinted a new, stabilizing energy onto the very structure of the nine realms. The subterranean labyrinth, once a mere network of tunnels, had been transformed into a powerful, magical nexus, a network of energy anchors that secured the balance between the worlds. As the days turned into weeks, the effects of the restoration became increasingly apparent. The aurora borealis, once erratic and unpredictable, now shone with a steady, brilliant light, its ethereal glow bathing the nine realms in a soothing radiance. The weather patterns stabilized, the seasons resumed their natural cycles, and the land began to heal. The creatures of the realms, initially wary and apprehensive, gradually regained their confidence, their movements becoming more relaxed, their interactions more harmonious. Ivar, no longer just a boy from a village under the aurora, had become a symbol of hope, a beacon of light for the nine realms. His actions, born from courage, ingenuity, and a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of the realms, had not only secured a victory in a desperate battle, but had also initiated a profound transformation. The journey had tested him, pushed him to his limits, yet it had also revealed his true potential, his inherent capacity for leadership and heroism. His victory was not simply a military triumph, but a restoration of harmony, a re-establishment of the delicate balance between the nine realms. The nine realms, once threatened by an encroaching darkness, had been healed, not through brute force, but through a strategic blend of courage, wisdom, and an understanding of the subtle energies that bound the worlds together. This victory was not an ending, but a beginning, a crucial step in a longer journey of growth, understanding, and responsibility for the future of the nine realms. The whispers of the ancient prophecies now held a new meaning for him. He understood the interconnectedness of the realms, the delicate balance that needed nurturing. The victory was not just his, it was a collective achievement, a testament to the unity and resilience of the beings across all nine realms. He had played a pivotal role, but it was the combined efforts of the dwarves, the elves, the giants, and even the gods themselves, however subtly, that had enabled the restoration of the balance. The restored balance was not just a return to the status quo, but a transformed equilibrium. The runes, activated by the obsidian dust, had imprinted a new layer of stability onto the fabric of the realms, creating a stronger, more resilient structure. The energies that once flowed erratically now pulsed with a renewed sense of harmony, a quiet rhythm that resonated deep within the earth and echoed across the heavens. Ivar's journey, far from over, had reached a critical juncture. He was no longer just a boy from a village touched by the aurora. He was a leader, a guardian of the balance he had helped restore. The echoes of Gjallarhorn continued to resonate through the realms, but now they carried not just a call to battle, but a promise of peace, a song of hope for a brighter future. The journey ahead would undoubtedly bring new challenges, new threats, but Ivar faced them not with fear, but with the confidence of one who had faced darkness and emerged triumphant, a young hero who had learned that the greatest battles are often fought not on the battlefield, but within the heart. The 9 realms, once fractured and threatened, were now united not just by a shared victory, but by a shared hope for a harmonious future, forged in the crucible of conflict and cemented by the unwavering spirit of a young hero who had found his destiny. The legacy of his actions would reverberate for generations, a testament to the power of unity and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Ivar's new role. The weeks that followed were a blur of activity and adjustment. The 9 realms, once teetering on the brink of chaos, slowly settled into a new equilibrium. The aurora borealis, once a chaotic dance of light and shadow, now shimmered with a steady, unwavering brilliance, its ethereal glow a constant reassurance. The land healed, scarred landscapes slowly knitting themselves back together, vibrant green pushing through the scorched earth. Even the creatures of the realms, initially wary and skittish, began to relax, their movements less hesitant, their interactions more harmonious. The air itself felt lighter, cleaner, washed of the lingering taint of darkness. Ivar, however, found himself strangely restless. The exhilaration of victory had faded, replaced by a quiet contemplation. He'd saved the 9 realms, yes, but the weight of responsibility now pressed upon him, heavy and unfamiliar. He was no longer just a boy from a village nestled beneath the aurora. He was something more, something significant. The whispers of the ancient prophecies once cryptic and confusing, now resonated with a new clarity. He understood now with a certainty that chilled him and exhilarated him in equal measure. The interconnectedness of the realms, the delicate balance that needed constant nurturing. The victory hadn't been his alone. It was a collective triumph, a testament to the resilience and unity of the beings across all 9 realms. The dwarves, with their unwavering dedication and meticulous craftsmanship, the elves, with their innate magical sensitivity and swift healing, the giants, with their raw power and steadfast loyalty, even the gods themselves, however subtly, had played their part in the restoration. One evening, as he sat by the revitalized river, watching the salmon leap upstream, Bor approached him. The dwarf, his beard still bearing the marks of the battle, sat beside him, his gaze fixed on the flowing water. The silence stretched between them, comfortable and companionable, before Bor finally spoke. The runes, they sing a new song, lad, he rumbled, his voice low and gravelly. A song of guidance, of protection. Ivar nodded, understanding. The runes, activated by the obsidian dust, were more than just conduits of power. They were anchors, points of stability woven into the very fabric of existence. They pulsed with a gentle, steady energy, a rhythmic heartbeat that resonated through the 9 realms, ensuring the balance wouldn't be easily disrupted again. There's a new role for you, Ivar, Bor continued, his gaze meeting Ivar's. A role none have filled before, a role born of this restoration. Bor paused, choosing his words carefully. You are to be the keeper of the balance. The title hung in the air, weighty and profound. Keeper of the balance. It wasn't a title of power in the traditional sense, not a position of command or authority. It was a guardianship, a responsibility to oversee and maintain the delicate equilibrium between the realms. It was a position that demanded not just strength and courage, but also wisdom, diplomacy, and a deep understanding of the intricate connections between the 9 realms. Ivar felt a surge of apprehension mingled with excitement. The idea was daunting, overwhelming even. He was just a boy, after all. Despite the battles he'd faced and the victories he'd achieved, yet a quiet confidence bloomed within him, rooted in the knowledge that he was not alone. He had allies, friends, and mentors who would guide and support him in this new undertaking. His training began immediately. Bor naturally played a central role, teaching Ivar the intricacies of the runes, their subtle energies, and how to interpret their ever-shifting patterns. The dwarves, with their deep understanding of the earth and its magical currents, shared their ancient knowledge, revealing hidden pathways and powerful nodes of energy within the labyrinth. Lyra, with her unmatched sensitivity to magic, taught him to sense and understand the subtle shifts in the energetic currents that bound the realms together, guiding him to identify potential imbalances before they escalated into crises. The elves, with their ethereal wisdom and connections to the spiritual world, imparted ancient lore and techniques for mediation and harmonization. Even the giants, initially reluctant, eventually shared their knowledge of the realm's physical geography and ecological dynamics. Ivar's education extended beyond the practical. He studied ancient texts, delving into the complex tapestry of Norse mythology, learning the stories of the gods and their roles in maintaining cosmic order. He learned the importance of balance, not only between the realms, but also within each realm, understanding the intricate interplay between fire and ice, light and darkness, order and chaos. He learned that true strength lay not in brute force, but in wisdom, diplomacy, and a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. His journey took him across the 9 realms, from the fiery heart of Muspelheim to the icy plains of Niflheim, from the verdant forests of Alfheim to the shadowy depths of Svartalfheim. He witnessed the subtle rhythms of nature, the constant dance between creation and destruction, life and death, and learned to perceive the delicate balance that sustained them. He met with the inhabitants of each realm, fostering relationships built on mutual respect and understanding. He learned to mediate disputes, to negotiate compromises, and to build bridges of communication between beings who had once been divided by fear and mistrust. He learned that true power lay not in wielding magic or commanding armies, but in fostering harmony and collaboration. The role of keeper of the balance was more than just a title. It was a way of life. It demanded constant vigilance, unwavering dedication, and an unending thirst for knowledge and understanding. Ivar embraced this challenge, not with fear, but with a quiet determination, fueled by a deep sense of purpose and a growing understanding of his destiny. He was no longer just a boy from a village beneath the aurora. He was the guardian of the 9 realms, the keeper of the balance, a symbol of hope for a future where harmony reigned supreme, a testament to the enduring power of courage, wisdom, and the unyielding human spirit. His journey had only just begun, but he knew with a certainty that resonated deep within his soul that he was ready. The echoes of Gjallarhorn, once a call to battle, now resonated with a song of hope, a promise of a future forged in the crucible of conflict and secured by the unwavering dedication of the keeper of the balance. His was a legacy that would shape generations to come, a testament to the power of unity, understanding, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The restored balance was not merely a return to the status quo, but a transformation, a strengthening of the very fabric of existence itself. He would ensure that this newfound harmony would endure for eons to come, a beacon of hope shining brightly across the 9 realms. The journey was long, but Ivar, the keeper of the balance, was ready to embark upon it. He carried the weight of the 9 realms on his shoulders, but he did so with the support of his friends, his allies, and the unwavering belief in the power of unity and hope. His destiny was clear: to safeguard the balance, to protect the realms, and to ensure a harmonious future for all. Return to Midgard, a changed boy. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth filled Ivar's lungs as he stepped off the Bifröst. The shimmering bridge, once a vibrant arc of rainbow light, now faded subtly into the twilight sky, as if reluctant to relinquish its hold on him. He was home. Midgard, his Midgard, seemed smaller now, the houses more humble, the fields less vast, yet the familiar landscape held a new depth, a richness he hadn't perceived before his journey. Each blade of grass seemed to whisper tales of ancient power, each tree a silent guardian of forgotten magic. His return was not a triumphant procession. There were no cheering crowds, no celebratory feast. Instead, he received a quiet welcome, a sense of unspoken understanding. His parents, though overjoyed to see him safe, sensed the profound change that had taken place within him. He was still Ivar, their son, yet there was a new stillness in his eyes, a weight in his bearing that spoke of immense experiences beyond their comprehension. He spent the first few days reacclimating himself to the mundane rhythm of village life, the simple tasks: churning butter, helping his father mend fences, sharing stories with his friends, seemed oddly comforting, yet also oddly distant. His mind, still echoing with the grandeur of the 9 realms, struggled to reconcile the vastness of the cosmos with the intimacy of his familiar world. But the quiet was deceptive. Ivar's presence, though unobtrusive, began to subtly shape the village. His quiet counsel eased disputes between neighbors. His subtle guidance helped the village elder navigate a complex land dispute. He didn't flaunt his knowledge. He didn't preach his wisdom. Instead, he listened. He observed. He offered gentle suggestions that seemed to organically resolve the problems. He subtly introduced practices he had learned from the other realms. He taught the villagers simple techniques for harnessing the earth's energy to improve crop yields, methods learned from the dwarves. He shared the elves' wisdom on herbal remedies, creating a thriving apothecary in the village that healed both body and soul. He even, with a careful hand, guided the village children in games that subtly fostered collaboration and respect, mirroring the harmonious interaction he had witnessed among the diverse beings of the 9 realms. His quiet influence extended beyond the village borders. He mediated a long-standing feud between 2 neighboring farms. Using the diplomatic skills he had honed during his travels, he helped resolve a dispute between local fishermen and a lumber company, ensuring both sides could coexist without harming the fragile ecosystem of the nearby river. These interventions were not dramatic acts of heroism, but quiet acts of wisdom, small seeds of change sown in the fertile ground of his community. He began to teach, not in a formal setting, not from a pulpit or a classroom, but through shared stories and casual conversations. He wove the tales of the 9 realms into the fabric of everyday life, imbuing them with lessons about resilience, cooperation, and the importance of ecological balance. He spoke of the dwarves' unwavering dedication to their craft, inspiring the village blacksmith to hone his skills and pass them down to the next generation. He shared the elves' profound connection to nature, fostering a deeper respect for the environment among his peers. His wisdom, however, came not just from the grand battles and cosmic events. It came from the small moments, the quiet observations, the subtle lessons woven into the tapestries of the 9 realms. He learned the importance of listening, not just to the grand pronouncements of the gods, but to the quiet whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, the murmuring of the river. He learned the value of patience, understanding that great changes often begin with small steps, quiet gestures, and subtle shifts in perspective. One evening, as he sat by the river, watching the fireflies dance in the twilight, he saw Bor emerge from the forest. The dwarf's beard was shorter now, less burdened by the weight of battle, yet his eyes still held the wisdom of ages. They sat in comfortable silence, the river their only companion. The runes hum a steady song now, lad, Bor finally said, his voice soft but firm. The balance holds, but it requires constant tending. Ivar nodded. He knew the role of keeper of the balance wasn't a position of power. It was a lifelong commitment, a constant vigilance. It meant constantly observing the subtle shifts in the energetic currents of the 9 realms, ensuring that the harmony achieved wasn't disrupted by external forces or internal conflicts. It meant fostering understanding and collaboration among all beings, ensuring that the lessons learned during the great conflict were not forgotten. You've begun well, Ivar, Bor continued, a hint of pride in his gravelly voice. Your influence ripples outwards, subtly shaping the fabric of Midgard. Your quiet actions have a power greater than any weapon. Ivar smiled. He understood. His power lay not in brute force or flashy displays of magic, but in his quiet influence, his subtle guidance, his unwavering commitment to harmony and balance. His journey had taken him to the farthest reaches of the cosmos, but his true purpose lay in bringing that cosmic wisdom back to his humble village, sharing it with his community and nurturing the delicate balance that held together not just the 9 realms, but the very fabric of existence. The aurora borealis shimmered above them, a constant reminder of the power he now held, a silent testament to the journey he had undertaken. He was no longer just a boy from a village beneath the aurora. He was the keeper of the balance, a guardian of harmony, a beacon of hope for a future where the wisdom of the gods, the dedication of the dwarves, the artistry of the elves, and the steadfastness of all the beings across the 9 realms were not just legends of the past, but a living reality. His journey had brought him home, but his work had only just begun. His legacy, he knew, would be woven into the fabric of countless lives, a tapestry of balance and harmony, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and its unbreakable connection to the divine. The echoes of Gjallarhorn continued to resonate within him, not as a battle cry, but as a gentle lullaby, a constant reminder of the responsibility he carried, the quiet heroism of his calling, and the unending beauty of the delicate balance he was sworn to protect. He was the keeper of the balance, and he was home.